It is 4 o'clock on Wednesday, December 4th, and it is time for our last regularly scheduled City Commission meeting for 2019. I want to welcome each and every one of you here tonight. We have got a dynamic agenda with a lot of great issues. As I like to start off every meeting, we have a lot of issues tonight that are going to bring out many different points of view. We ask for civility. We ask for everyone to treat each other with respect. Of course, we want to hear your point of view. Of course, you have the opportunity to speak. But let's continue to try to set the example, not only for the students that are with us this evening, who we will celebrate in a second as well, but for every member of the City of Tallahassee family that is watching us on TV and abroad. With that, I would like to introduce Pastor Derek McGee of Bible-Based Church, to please come join us at either of the podiums for the invocation. Pastor, thank you very much.
My honor, sir. Will we please stand? Let us pray. O Lord, our Lord, how excellent is thy name in all the earth. And at this time, I pray for this city commission. I pray for tonight's agenda and the work that shall take place. I pray that you will give them wisdom, knowledge, and understanding, that you will help them govern themselves and as they lead and as they discuss. I pray for the attendees today. As the mayor has asked of them, oh God, that civility will be how they conduct themselves. We thank you that government is ordained by you. Thank you that you are in the midst. And we just pray for our city. We pray for the constituency of the city of Tallahassee and Leon County. We pray that your will be done in earth as it is in heaven. We thank you once again. Amen.
Amen. Before we have the Pledge of Allegiance, I'd like to recognize Commissioner Elaine Bryant for a special recognition, who will be leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance tonight.
Thank you, Mayor. Let me call up the Fairview Middle School cross-country team to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. These young men placed second right here in front of us in the state competition, but they were the team city champs. And they placed first, second, and third place. We want them to know how proud we are of them, and they took a little time off from school. I'm sure they're not complaining, but to come and share with us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Let's turn to the pledge to your right. Go ahead.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
All very much. Absolutely. Thank you all. I, too, want to join my colleagues in congratulating the Fairview Middle School cross-country team for not only excellence on the field, but for representing us so well on the state level and representing Tallahassee so much. Congratulations and thank you. Thanks for coming out tonight.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
I would also like to recognize Coach Blakely. Coach Blakely has been a championship-producing coach at Fairview since the days that my daughter attended Fairview and ran track and cross-country for him. And so I want to recognize him, too, for what he does for our young people in track and cross-country at Fairview Middle School. Thank you, Coach Blakely.
And before we move on to the agenda, Madam Mayor Pro Tem Diane Williams-Cox, it is great to see you, and this starts the next year of us working together in leadership, and then proud to have you sitting next to me.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Mr. City Manager, do we have any modifications to the agenda?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Item 13.06 has been deleted from your agenda, and I would request that item 13.07, which is the public safety update, be moved to the first position in the policy section 13.
Okay, so 13.07 will actually be taken up first. And I'm sorry, which was the item that was put? 13.06.
13.06 was deleted. Yes, sir.
Excellent. Sounds good. Any comment? Seeing none, commissioners. We have one presentation this evening, and I am going to recognize Ashley Edwards to come and walk us through this presentation on behalf of the AARP. Presentation to the City of Tallahassee Age-Friendly Community Work Plan Certificate. And Ashley, it's great to see you.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. We have a special presentation this evening for you all. And if you would join us down here, we have some folks from our AARP friends are here, and I'm going to let them come forward and explain what they're here to present to you all. I do want to take a minute to recognize Sheila Salyer, who is our Senior Services Manager, and Susan Poplin with our Planning Department, who have worked tirelessly to bring this project to completion. And with that, I'll invite our friends from AARP up.
There you go.
Thank you so much, Ashley. Mayor Daley, Commissioners, thank you so much for having AARP Florida here today. In August 2015, the City of Tallahassee was the first city in Florida and second community in the state to be designated as a member of the AARP network of age-friendly communities and the World Health Organization's Global Age-Friendly Initiative. This designation means that a community's elected leadership has made a commitment to actively work with residents and local advocates to make their town, city, county, or state an even better place for people of all ages to live and to live well. The Age-Friendly Initiative is focused on 8 domains of livability, which is transportation, housing, outdoor spaces and buildings, social participation, respect and social inclusion, civic participation and employment, community support and health services, and communication and information. Today, there are over 34 communities participating in this initiative in Florida alone. In April, through Governor DeSantis' leadership, Florida became the 4th state in the nation to become an age-friendly state. This work is being led by the Florida Department of Elder Affairs. But today, I want to thank the City of Tallahassee for your leadership and commend you for your comprehensive work plan. This was developed through citizen input from a survey that was completed in 2016 and from input from numerous stakeholder focus groups and from groups such as the Tall Senior Leadership alumni who served as advisory members. The work plan used that information to provide specific goals, objectives, and tasks that will ensure the community is meeting the needs of older residents. And many of these tasks are already being implemented, and several will be over the next 5 years through this fluid process. I would especially like to thank Sheila Seiler for her leadership of this initiative and all of the partners and city staff who have provided input, and in particular the Planning Department and Susan Poplin for her work on the work plan. As you guys can see, it's an excellent work plan. It provides you with all of the survey results, the agendas that took place for the action plan, and it shows you the goals and objectives. AARP Florida looks forward to continuing to work with the City of Tallahassee and their partners. Today, I would like to present you, Mayor Daley and Commissioners, with a certificate acknowledging all of the work that has been put into Tallahassee's completed work plan. Thank you so much.
Commissioner, anyone comment? You got your card out. You want to say anything? How about a quick picture?
Perfect.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yes. 1307 is now going to be first.
We have no other presentations. Mr. City Manager, do we have any announcements before the body?
No, sir, we do not.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are on the part of the agenda where we will ask for citizen input on agended items. When you come, will you please state your name, your address for the record, and let us know what agenda item you wish to speak on. Do note that you will have the opportunity, if you can stick around for that agenda item, to speak at that time. If you don't think you're going to be here when we get to that agenda item, now's the appropriate time. We do ask for comments to be limited to agenda items. Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk.
We have 2 speakers.
Okay.
And at this time, the first will be Carl Monson. The second will be Stanley Sims. Just so you know, the light on the lectern will it'll start green, it'll turn yellow when there are 30 seconds remaining, and it will turn red when 3 minutes have expired.
Excellent. And our first speaker, I'm sorry?
Carl Monson.
Carl, great to see you. Thanks for joining us.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Mayor,
Yep.
Commissioners. I'm speaking on item, my name is Carl Munson, live at 2868 Fitzpatrick Drive. Speaking on item 1305, that deals with getting involved with transgender and helping children, considering whether you want to train them or do something to help them become transgenderized. We don't finish growing until we're about in the mid-20s and maturing. I have taught in community college for 3 years, teaching the whole data processing curriculum. That was before we came to Tallahassee. My wife taught home economics in high school and also tutored students with English problems at TCC. We don't need to be involved with the teaching or selecting students or children under age 18 to help them figure out what sex they're in. That's the parent's job. I don't think the city belongs in advising them and directing and selecting a program for figuring that out. I think that's beyond our capacity at this point. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much for coming.
Hey, man.
Mr. Sims, good
How
to see you,
doing
sir.
today?
Name and address for the record, and what item would you like to speak to, sir?
I'm on that 1305. I'm going to try to slide in a little 1307 because I got this arthritis thing working, and so I can't sit that long. But I got my cousin here from Comcast. She gave me a remote to turn me off and a bell to let me know when it's up. So I'm here today on this 1305. I got 2 black sons. I want to know, we on conversion, why can't we settle gun control before we get gay control? I would like to have some gun control before we get gay control. So if we're going to conversate on something, let's have a conversation about getting guns out of these children's hands and leave the sexual identity of these kids to their parents. I need you to focus on why black males can't vote and not worry about whether or not they're a male or a female when they walk into the ballot box. I need you to have a conversation about why we have so much food deserts in Tallahassee. Does it matter when a child is starving if he's gay or if he's bi or transitional? Why are we constantly trying to label people? Y'all label me as an enemy combatant. We got enough stereotypes in our community. Black man, BMW. You know, black way of driving. You know how you get it. We raise our voice, we angry. That's a stigmatism. Why we ain't got no conversation about that? Now you want to conversate on somebody's sexual identity? The government shouldn't be in my bedroom. And surely shouldn't be worried about my paddle whacker. We got more impressive things to worry about. I don't want my tax dollars on this issue until we get some gun control. If we can get some gun control, then we'll talk about something else. And I'm doing real good, man, because I'm walking away. Well, you know what? Let me do a double shot. I want to give a shout out to the city. Mayor, Mr. City Manager, Miss Cynthia Barber here, she knocked it out of the park. Both nights with this police station thing, because I might not be here because my leg done started hurt. We were engaged. That is, Mayor, that is true community engagement. Mm-hmm. Curtis, they told me we're going to get that fire station over there on Lake Bradford Road. I talked to the developers. They flipped some buildings for me. They let me know. They gave me their cards. I went to the ones that had a nice suits on because them the one that calls the shots. I want to thank you all because, Commissioner, they heard us. We had to raise a loud voice, but the city staff is listening to us now. I feel like they listening. Now, I'll be back if they don't do what they say they're going to do. Thank y'all.
Thank you. Do we have any other public speakers?
We've gotten 4 new slips in the interim.
Excellent.
Our next speaker is Dr. Michelle Thompson, also on this item.
Great. Dr. Thompson, thanks for joining us. You want to wait? Excellent. Wonderful. Next speaker?
Then we might as well find out if the rest of the other 3 want to wait as well. I've got Mary Vance. Do you want to speak now?
Reverend Vance, good to see you. Your name and address for the record, please. And thanks for joining us.
Thank you. Mary Picard Vance, 2619, I had to think about this. 2619 Opaquan Bend. I am a Tallahassee native. I am a retired pastor in the Presbyterian Church USA. I'm currently serving First Presbyterian as a parish associate. We were very blessed in my church to have a cadre of gay and lesbian young men and women. I learned a lot from them. Every one of them had been scarred by their upbringing in the church. It took a lot for them to return to church. They found our church particularly welcoming. I got to know them very well. And more than one of them had been through some form of this kind of what we're calling gay, what is it? Conversion therapy, always in connection with their church affiliation. And they the most were carrying a lot of baggage, scarred. Their faith had been shattered. They had been shamed. They had dealt with serious anxiety and depression. I've read a lot about this subject, and every story has been a horror story. I've never read of any time of any person celebrating their experience with this conversion therapy. It doesn't work. It turns people away from civilized society and definitely the church, which is not your concern, I know, but is mine.
Reverend Vance, thank you. Our next speaker?
Next speaker is Matt Daly. You'd wait. And Reverend Joe Paramore. And that's the end of our speakers.
Excellent. Is there anybody that would like to speak on an agenda item at this time because you think you might not be here when we take it up and you haven't had a chance to fill out the card? All right, seeing none, we will move on. Mr. City Manager, do we have any appearances before the City Commission by other boards or governmental entities?
No, sir, we do not.
We are on the consent agenda. Have any consent agenda items been pulled for consideration?
No, sir.
All right. Mayor Pro Tem has moved the consent agenda item, seconded by Commissioner Bryant. Did you have comment, Commissioner Bryant, or just seconded? Great. Any further comment? Seeing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, consent agenda passes 5-0. We are now on any new business before the City Commission under 11.01. Mr. Manager or Mrs. Attorney?
No, sir.
Excellent. We are on 12.01, the introduction of ordinance. Madam Attorney. I have nothing listed. Do you have anything?
We have no introductions of ordinances.
Excellent. Okay. My computer just went down on me. Hold on. Mr. Manager, we are now on policy formation and direction. All right. So, colleagues, as always, we're going to get moving. We got a long policy formation and direction agenda. My intention is to take us up to 5:30, as we do. Take a break. We will come back for the public hearing as scheduled at 6 o'clock. And if there is any business that we need to finish under policy formation, we will do it then. Any objection to that? All right, so let's move right forward. Mr. City Manager, we're going to start with 13.07.
Thank you, sir. Mayor, Commissioners, I appreciate your indulgence allowing me to take this update out of order. It is our public safety update. We've been bringing these for the last, I believe, couple of meetings. We just want to make sure that we touch on such an important topic of public safety and where we're headed. And tonight I have a very special announcement I would like to share with you and the entire public. It involves the police chief, the selection of our next police chief. And if you'll allow me, I'll recall a little bit of the process because it's one I think that we should all be very proud of. It's one that fits the spirit of the direction that you've headed over the last year to have open and engaged processes. In August, we began an open, transparent, and an engaging process with our public to select the next police chief. It started with the creation of a committee, and I've got to recognize our Deputy City Manager, Cynthia Barber. She's the architect of the committee. She's the architect of the process and the spirit behind it that has been so open. And we thought very intently on who should be on that committee. As you know how things go, we thought maybe a 12-member committee would be good, and it ended up being 17 members. So that was even better. It included members of our law enforcement community, our FDLE commissioner, our sheriff, our state attorney, our university police chiefs, faith leaders, business leaders, other civic leaders, people that frankly did not have the time to invest in the effort, but they took the time to do it. They spent many, many hours. There were 52 applicants to the process. I felt pretty assured that we would get a lot of applicants. We did, and we got them from all parts of the United States. That was our desire. A very diverse group of applicants. That list was first shrunk down to about 20 applicants that the committee then inspected and reviewed, and then ultimately selected 10 to be interviewed. That 10 turned into 9, which was a very long interview day. They spent from the beginning of the morning until the dark hours of the night interviewing the candidates to give them all of the attention that was needed. Ultimately, and so at this point, the decision was entirely up to the committee, which was a makeup of our community as we narrowed and winnowed the list of applicants. They identified 3 finalists. I was very pleased with the finalists. It was their decision. Those finalists, 2 from TPD and 1 external from our community. Very qualified 3 finalists that we could all be proud of. That began the next stage of the process, and as you know, we had an opportunity to have those finalists present and interact with the public in November. And we met at the Lincoln Neighborhood Center, and it was one of the best meetings that I've been involved with in a very long time. And I'll say that because all 3 finalists did outstanding. And they embraced the spirit of collaboration, working with the public in a positive way. They were constructive of each other, and even the audience was extremely supportive of each candidate. It was one I left with a spring in my step that night, but knowing I had a very difficult decision to make because we had such qualified candidates. So Cynthia and I have spent more hours than we'd like to spend together, frankly, on the phone and in person, thinking about this and doing our due diligence. And tonight I wish to share with you the selection for the next police chief. I'm pleased to announce that Antonio Gilliam will be the next police chief of the City of Tallahassee. Now, of course, Antonio is still in St. Pete, and I want to read a little bit about him so we get to know him. But he is from the St. Petersburg Police Department, and he served in St. Pete for 18 years. Currently, he was serving as the assistant chief, but worked his way all through the ranks. But he has roots in Tallahassee. Antonio grew up in Tallahassee, attended school in Tallahassee, went to Rickards High School, and then went to Florida State University, where he got a degree in criminology with honors. And he left Tallahassee to go and pursue a career in St. Pete. So he's worked his way through the St. Petersburg Police Department. He served in various capacities. I said today he's an assistant chief overseeing the Investigative Services Bureau, but previously he served in vice and narcotics, uniformed services, or patrol and field training. So he's been around the agency. He's well steeped in policing. But as many of us know, Tallahassee is a great place to live, and he wants to come home. And I was pleased to have him as an applicant. I think that's a very special opportunity. He, of course, has completed advanced training. He's a graduate of the Police Executive Research Forum, Senior Management Institute for Police, and just last year, he was named the ABC Action News First Responder of the Year in the Tampa-St. Pete area. Certainly great accolades for him. I spoke to him today, and he's excited about returning home. He's excited about the challenge that we have. We know public safety is arguably our most important priority in our community. And he's excited about tackling that. He's met with some members of our TPD. I know he's been in conversation with other leaders in our community already, just in preparation, hoping to get the job. And so I'm encouraged by that. And so we're looking forward to him coming to town. Ultimately, he's going to lead our TPD, our Tallahassee Police Department, which we're so very proud of, one that we all love, one that is one of the oldest agencies in the nation. It has an excellent history with more than 500 members and a budget of $60 million to protect us today. He needs to transition from his role today. He has a family, and he'll get his family arranged and make the transition, and he will begin his service on January 6th to hit the new year running. And so I'm very, very pleased to share that. Before I go any further, though, I want to take a moment to recognize Chief Steve Outlaw, who's in the audience with us. So you probably will recall, I think it was June, time flies, a little over 5 months ago, Chief DeLeo tendered his resignation. Cynthia and I were talking. We had to scramble, and we said we need somebody to lead us through this transition. And one person popped to the top of the list, and it was Chief Outlaw. There was a problem, though. There was one problem. Chief Outlaw was retiring. I think it was the next week. Might even been the same week. I'm not sure. It was. He was retiring. He had a retirement party. He had his plans, and he was leaving to go to greener pastures. And so we basically begged him, I've got to be honest with you, in the most professional way. But we didn't have to twist his arm too much because he loves Tallahassee. He loves TPD. He's a man of high character. And over the last 5 months, I've enjoyed working with you, Chief. You'll always have a special place in my heart, and we all owe you a debt of gratitude. I appreciate you transitioning us. I appreciate your leadership. I appreciate speaking to you and you making the commitment to say, I will always be here, whatever you need, you let me know. But I want to congratulate you to finally get an opportunity to move into something else that you might want to do. And so, you know what, if you would, let's stand and give the Chief a round of applause.
Absolutely.
So thank you, Chief, and Mayor and Commissioners. Thank you for your indulgence. I appreciate the opportunity to get your guidance. I'm so encouraged by the process, and I couldn't be more excited about the opportunity I think we have ahead. So appreciate the opportunity to make this announcement.
Sure. Well, first and foremost, before we move on, I am very excited about your selection. I know that Assistant Chief Gilliam from St. Petersburg Police Department is going to serve us extremely well, and he's going to do a wonderful job. I also realize that the committee ran one of the most transparent processes in the state of Florida for this selection, which is very important for our community. I know that the 3 final candidates are all outstanding gentlemen. I know that it was a difficult decision, and I applaud you, Mr. Manager, for including the public, including them in both the selection process, but also with the community events as well. And I think that the next police chief is going to serve our community very well. I also want to take a second to personally recognize Steve Outlaw. I have spent more time with you as police chief, as the mayor of Tallahassee. And Steve, you are a good friend. And I've gotten to know you and really appreciate you over your service. And I think history is going to look back on this time in Tallahassee and finally realize how crucial it was to have you at the helm during this time of transition. Thank you, but also thank you to your family. Your entire family put everything on hold for 6 months so that you could step up to the plate and serve as the interim chief. I don't think you'll ever know how much we appreciate it, but thank you. Comments? Mayor Pro Tem.
I, too, want to thank Chief Outlaw. We met many, many years ago, but who else could lead this other than an outlaw? Thank you very much for your time. I know did you already renew your fishing license and hunting license and all that stuff? So you lost 6 months of that time, so hopefully you'll be able to recoup it and go fishing. Let us know if you catch anything. And we're really pleased and proud. Thank you so very, very much. I also want to say thank you to the city manager and the deputy city manager. You all are an awesome team. Y'all work together very well, and I think that as we move together for transparency and in community involvement, this was a case study that others will hopefully recognize. I told you y'all need to patent this process before someone takes it, and so that we will know where it originated from, and the world will know. Thank you for what you've done and what your staffs have done, and everyone. Thank you very, very much for this outstanding process and this outstanding transition. Godspeed.
Commissioner Matlow.
Thank you. I just to summarize and piggyback off what Commissioner Williams-Cox, I think the process was great. Also, thank you to all the community members that stepped up and served, all the applicants that, applied. It's been a long process. It's been a vetted process. I think we had several good candidates. I'm looking forward to get to know the new chief. I did want to mention on my one-on-one meeting with him, something he mentioned was that he had experience building the police station in St. Petersburg, and he said whether he's chief or not, he'd like to invite us down to take a tour of it and see what they learned. And I'd love to go down there and do it if we want to do it as a group trip. I think that would be great.
Road trip?
Yeah, let's do it.
We got the notice.
In the sunshine. Yeah.
Commissioner Bryant.
Yes, let me add on my commendations first to Chief Outlaw. You really have done an exemplary job in the 6 months that you have been leading the city. It's very difficult to step in and hold the staff up and then actually have people follow you. So the greatest indication we have is that the city not only maintained, but we move forward. And let me also commend and join my colleagues in commending our city manager and deputy city manager for the transparency first of a process. And even against all odds, they continue to follow the process. I cannot tell you the value of actually putting a process in place and then following the process. So commendations to you for that. And we look forward to working with our new chief when he gets here in January, and probably before then. So thank you for a job well done.
Excellent. Commissioner Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I first of all want to also, Chief, commend you for the outstanding career that you've had in law enforcement here in our community. I think it speaks volumes that when the city manager and deputy city manager decided to elevate you to the role of interim chief, there wasn't a peep out of anyone. And I think that told them the kind of respect that the rank and file in the department, as well as the staff, the respect that they had for you and your abilities, and the confidence that they had in you to be able to lead an organization like the Tallahassee Police Department, especially during a time of transition and when public safety is first and foremost, I think, in everyone's mind here in the city of Tallahassee. You've done an outstanding job. We thank you for delaying your retirement. You and I can go to the Fish Creek together now because, Mayor, I am officially retired. This is my first week of retirement.
Hey, congratulations. That's great.
And so, Chief, we could plan a day of fishing together. But we thank you and your family. I think I recall shortly after you were appointed as the interim chief that you had to call and cancel the order for, I believe it was your cake for the retirement reception that was going to be within a day or two. And so we do appreciate you for that, being willing to step up and lead the organization during this time of transition. And I, too, Mr. City Manager, want to commend you and the Deputy City Manager and your staff for the process that we use to select, which will soon be Chief Gilliam as our new police chief. I can tell you, in my experience here on the commission, but as a resident of the city of Tallahassee for 45 years, I've never seen a process where a police chief in particular was selected where the community had an opportunity to be engaged. And I think what that will do is automatically and immediately build a relationship, a trusting relationship between our police department and the new chief, because they had a hand in selecting who that person would be. I know it was a difficult decision because all three of the final candidates were outstanding individuals individually and in their careers. And so for Chief Gilliam to rise to the top speaks volumes. We look forward to working with him to address the challenges that we continue to face in our community in terms of public safety, but I'm sure he will provide the kind of leadership that we need moving forward in that regard.
Thank you. This concludes the public safety update. No action is needed. We are moving forward with number 13.01, Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. Maybe a little less exciting topic here. We want to talk about the budget. Each year at this time, we bring you the budget closeout for the 14 funds that we operate, 14 accounting funds. Of course, we have spent a great deal of time talking about the budget throughout the year, and we will continue to do so into next year. But I'd like to ask Robert Wiggin, our Director of Resource Management, to give us a brief presentation of where we are on the budget closeout for fiscal year 2019 and set the stage for 2020. Robert?
Thank you, City Manager. Hard act to follow. Great news. City Manager, Mayor, Commissioners, appointed officials, thanks for the opportunity to provide an overview for the fiscal year 19 budget closeout. As you well know, we have a continuous cycle to update the Commission and the public on the budget, monthly updates, quarterly progress on the fiscal year budget, and then regular activities during the year in preparation for the budget. Part of that cycle is to publish an online budget. We not only do that for the annual budget, but then a monthly publication shows the progress month to month in OpenGov, and then we also provide quarterly updates through agenda items. This is one of those quarterly updates where we bring back the closeout of the September 30th, 2019 budget results. Very hard work by financial services and all the departments to start the fiscal year October 1, but at the same time go through a month-long closeout process in making sure that all accounts payables and accounts receivables are logged and recorded and correct in preparation for the combined annual financial report. With this closeout agenda item, we always keep in mind the continuous evaluation that we do of the budget. The municipal cost comparison and the business cost comparison is part of that process. We remind ourselves as a benchmark that when we provide services through property taxes, through water rates, sewer rates, electric, stormwater, fire services, that we want to be efficient and effective. And by comparison, in fiscal year 19, I want to remind you that the city showed that we had the lowest cost for providing those services for businesses and for the community at large. With that solid process behind us and with the feedback that we use to benchmark ourselves, I'm proud to report that our 14 operating funds will be balanced with the actions that you take today. Most notably, the general fund is balanced with $156.2 million in expenditures, which is 1.7% below budget. We talked frequently during the year about revenues that were coming in less than what we had originally projected. We closed that gap with hard work by the departments and also identifying revenues throughout those last 2 quarters to make sure that we balance that budget. Star Metro is balanced with a $583,000 transfer from deficiencies. That represents about 2.4% in additional expenditures, and that relates to additional services that they provided during the year. They met with the public to identify what their expectations were, what new routes were expected, what routes could be advanced. They met those challenges, and that represents a higher service level for all of our ridership, for our paratransit riders. And we decided that rather than spending more time identifying grants or other revenue sources to match that budget, that we would use the deficiencies fund. What that also means is that we will start the year with known service levels and be able to balance the budget in fiscal year 19, in fiscal year 2020. Our enterprise funds include transfers to or from reserves as planned in budgeted rate studies. These actions represent either a recognized need in our rates where we made changes, for example, in solid waste, or investment in our utilities, such as electric and gas, where we're investing in cash funding of projects rather than borrowing. With that brief presentation, I'll be glad to take any questions. The next steps that we're asking you to proceed through is to accept the closeout report, approve our closeout actions that are detailed in the agenda item, and then approve some amendments that have arrived at our desk in the last 30 days for departments for either fiscal year 19 or fiscal year 20. Those amendments impact Star Metro, the communications broadcast equipment, the police donations fund, the housing grant annual action plan amendment, and FAMUA capital funding. In each case, they're minor adjustments that allow us to put resources to the best use in either fiscal year 19 or fiscal year 20.
Quick question. The amendments that are being proposed, I'm assuming that they are wrapped into option number 1, the recommended action, or, Madam Attorney, do we need to take separate action?
Approval of the option is recommended by staff would cover everything.
Excellent. Wonderful. Real quick, do you have any technical questions for Robert before we go to public comment? Commissioner Bryant.
Yes, one question. On Star Metro, since we intend, I'm sure, to continue to provide the level of service that caused us to be somewhat in a deficit at the end of this year, is that a part of what we're proposing for our upcoming budget? I know we've already passed it, but through some type of amendment process.
We'll evaluate based on our knowledge of how we closed this fiscal year 19 and bring back in February in our first quarter update our recommendations for where we think fiscal year 20 would be. And again, that would guide us towards our development of our fiscal year 2021 budget. Our early indications in talking with Star Metro is based on what they learned during the year in putting these new routes in place and that they would be able to balance the budget in 2020. But that's just an early indication, and we will know more in February when we update the first quarter budget.
Okay, thank you.
Any other technical questions? Mr. Clerk, do we have any public comment on this item?
We have no public comment.
Is there anybody here that wishes to speak on the budget closeout? Seeing none, let's move forward. Any further comment from the commission?
Move acceptance of the staff report.
Mayor Pro Tem has properly moved the recommended action, seconded by Commissioner Richardson. Seeing no further comment, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, passes 5-0. 13.02, Mr. Manager. Robert, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. Today we're joined by Dr. Black and the FAMU research team from the Florida A&M School of Business and Industry for a presentation on their assessment report on broadband access. You'll recall we discussed this numerous times over the year, and they have completed their report. We appreciate their work on this, and they're here to present those results. Christian Doolin and his team have been working very closely. I'd like him to introduce the team and turn it over for presentation.
Sure thing. Thank you. So since September 11th, we've been taking a direction to partner with this incredible team. I'm going to get out of the way of this incredible team, but I want to thank Dr. Black for all the time and effort and energy into this, similar to other organizations that have just gone above and beyond, probably didn't have the time, had lots of other commitments. They've come to the table. They've knocked it out of the park. Appreciate all the professional and intelligent insight they will share today. And Dr. Black, please introduce the team. Thank you.
Dr. Black, good to see you, sir.
Yeah, it's good to see you, too.
Yep.
Good evening. I am Jason Black, Associate Professor in the School of Business and Industry at Florida A&M. And part of a good quality academic program is not only to provide academic excellence in the classroom, but to also give students opportunities to do research and project management outside of the classroom. And I've been doing that for my 25 and a half years as a faculty member at Florida A&M. I met Mayor Daley a few years ago as we were working with the Florida League of Cities, the MuniMod project. Right. We've had a team in that for several years. The last 2 years, the FAMU team has come in second place both times. And the group here, Amira Span and Wyclef Fleurizard, were actually a member of last year's team. So when I was approached by the city to put together this group, to put some research into what we can do here in Tallahassee, I was excited to grab those two. So I'm going to turn it over to them so they can present to you the research that they've done over this past few months.
Good evening, everyone. My name's Amira Span. I'm a fifth-year computer science major from Jacksonville, Florida.
Good evening, everybody. I am Wyclef Fleurizard, a fourth-year accounting major from Fort Lauderdale, Florida.
All right, so we're here to present our research today on the Internet Accessibility and Satisfaction Study. And so it's a little bit about what we're going to be covering today. And so to go ahead and introduce our project, we found that throughout the United States, access to quality Internet is still a major problem, and 3 of those problems can come from pricing, location, and socioeconomic status. So there's a current need in Tallahassee to analyze the current accessibility of the internet access for Tallahassee residents. So our primary goal was to survey local residents and also make sure that they have their voices heard, and also to determine areas of the community where we may need to focus our efforts for accessible internet. So 3 of the questions that we are looking to answer throughout our study include: are residents and business owners satisfied with their current internet access? Are resident and business owners currently aware of low-cost services? And do business owners have a significantly different experience as opposed to residents?
So let's talk about the research behind our questions. So the team started out by researching the impact of broadband nationwide. So we researched information about the signal strength of fiber optic internet services, as well as the broadband access of Americans today and the impact the lack of access could have on residents. So we moved on to looking at the current internet landscape here in Tallahassee. We identified major internet service providers like Comcast, Mediacom, CenturyLink, and more. So growth of need for high-speed access has been exponential. MetroNet is currently addressing some of this need with a recently announced $75 million project. So how was the team able to conduct some of its research? We went ahead and created 3 different surveys. One that went out to the residents, one that went out to internet service providers, and one to local businesses.
We also went ahead and utilized the Qualtrics survey tool in order to utilize skip logic and also conditional logic. So for example, if somebody presses no on a question, they do not want to share their demographic information, they're able to go on to the next option. And so how we distributed these surveys, we had online survey through Qualtrics, in-person interviews, as well as we went ahead and made sure these surveys went out in early November. So a little bit about the results of the survey and evaluation. So we had over 181 responses thus far from residents and 23 from businesses. The only significant difference between these two surveys was a question regarding if businesses had a different deal from their ISP. And so one of our impact points with demographics and some significant numbers is that 81% of businesses were okay with sharing their demographic information, and residents 92%. So in businesses, it was majority Caucasian females, 18 to 25, and with residents, majority African American females, aged 26 to 40. And so the current coverage, local internet coverage varies based on the area. So Comcast covers 89.7% of the area via cable, although with the extensively low weight, Viasat and HughesNet are the only 2 of the 7 services studied that extend over 100% of the area. So this is just a little bit about the current internet coverage in the area. And so in order to understand the market needs, and so the sole cable provider that residents were able to answer to us, 80% of the providers were currently Comcast. And so this is just a little bit about what kind of internet is being provided to residents as well. So satellite, fiber, and cable and DSL.
The first impact point on the business survey focused on the location of our respondents. Most of our respondents came from the south side of Tallahassee, with the largest numbers of respondents coming from the 32301 and the 32311 zip codes. And we really noticed that in the 32304 zip code, our respondents expressed a desire for improvement of speed as well as quality. The second impact point focused on the internet service providers of businesses as well as their costs to various businesses. So some significant statistics that stand out is the fact that Comcast provides service for over 80% of businesses here in Tallahassee, and that 60% of our respondents pay over $50 a month for services. So moving back to our original 3 questions, are residents and businesses satisfied with their internet currently? So that from our survey, that isn't really clear, with 56% reporting that they are satisfied, while only 44 responded that they think that the costs are either too high or that the quality is too low. As for the businesses, over 60% responded that they are satisfied with their current services. The second question, are residents aware of low-cost programs available to them? And that answer was no, with over 80% of residents and over 70% of businesses reported being unaware. The third question, is there a significant difference between the experience of residents and business owners when it comes to internet services? As from the results show, yes, there's a significant difference. There are significant deals as well as packages that are available to businesses that aren't available to residents. So to conclude, and to summarize everything that you just heard, the team was able to put together 3 sets of surveys to go ahead and understand the satisfaction as well as the access of internet here in Tallahassee. The results show that residents are largely unsatisfied with the quality as well as the cost, while businesses seem to be relatively satisfied. And in the south side of Tallahassee is where the areas for most improvement of quality and access lie.
So some information or some points that we think may be important to focus on. So something that we would like to improve was the time and area of our research. So over an extended period, we could extend that in order to gather more respondents, also take a look at the results and make sure that our results are representative of the population a little bit more accurately. And so we could also expand this research into other cities that have already implemented broadband in order to compare their results and also understand, what are they doing right, what are they doing wrong. So we went ahead and divided up 3 main points of what we think would be best for improvement. So the focus on the experience of customers with their internet service providers, awareness of programs, and also the location of of the expanded internet being intentional to help aid communities. And I do thank you guys for your time, so we'll open it up to questions.
Sounds good. First of all, let me start off and say I had no idea that you two were involved with this project, and congratulations. And Dr. Black, it's great to see you. I cannot stress enough the importance in the town and gown situation, the relationship between the universities and with the city government. I am excited to see us move forward with these type of partnerships and research opportunities. I think it gives y'all incredible experience working with real-life opportunities with the City of Tallahassee, and of course, we always benefit from the product that is presented as well. This is a very technical issue, though, and I think that we should, and we're going to take public comment as well. I do think we should accept the report tonight, but I think that this is a continuing study, and you just hit on some great points. Okay, number one, we need to make sure that it is representative of the entire city and not just one segment of the city, because there's some other things that we need to keep in mind and really look at our numbers. For instance, I do know that we do actually beat the national average when we talk about the entire city. We have about 97% coverage between all of the providers, and the national average is about 94%. I think that's something that we can hang our hat on. In particular, when we talk about the one service provider that you all were referencing, Comcast, they do provide, I think it's 100 gigabyte service for businesses and 2 gigabyte for residential, which is pretty impressive. I do think a lot of what you brought up, the market will take care of itself. It is upon the businesses to promote the incredible programs that they have. And for instance, like I know Comcast has got their low-income program. It's the Comcast Internet Essentials. They actually reach 15,000 households in the Tallahassee area. That is outside of the scope of what you studied. I understand that, but it's pretty impressive, and I'm sure that they will continue to try to push that as much. And now that there's a new provider coming in town as well, they're going to feel the private industry pressure to move forward. Overall, though, I want to commend y'all on digging in, helping us out, producing this report. Dr. Black, thank you so much, and continue working with you. It's great to see you here. With that, any other technical questions, comments? And we do need to do we have public comment on this?
We have one speaker.
Go ahead, Nance, ask your question. Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
No, it's not a question. I was going to make a comment.
Okay. Any technical questions? I'll come back to you first. Let's go ahead and take public comment.
Our speaker is Roxanne Campbell.
Ms. Campbell, it's good to see you. And again, thank you all so much. It's good to see you. Your name and address for the record, please.
Roxanne Campbell, 180 Mason Drive, Havana, Florida, 32333. I have been in this area now.
Can you pull your mic down?
Thank you. Is that better?
Yes.
Thank you. I have been in Tallahassee now for 20 years and in Florida for 25. And I want to commend you all for the study that you did. I represent Velocity Online and also Pavlov Media, which is new to town. Pavlov Media is new, Velocity is not. We've been here for 20 years. We do provide business internet service, so we're not able to address, at this point in time, residential. However, Pavlov Media does hang its hat on providing internet services to multiple dwelling units for university areas, and so that was their interest in Tallahassee. They partnered with Velocity Online, and so now we are expanding our services. One of the things that I just wanted to do this evening, and I thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, for inviting me this evening, and I just wanted to let you all be aware that Velocity is here. We're very interested in this work because we do want access for all people. The internet is important to have, and it's important that everybody has access to it. Another thing I would like to bring up is that I think as you think about these things, one of the things that we are challenged with is we are asked to, hey, can you help this organization, or hey, can you help do that? Yes, we would love to be able to provide internet to community centers, things like that. Infrastructure is, I think, going to be the big sticky wicket. And so as we look at these things, I think it's important to forge partnerships on how we can all work together as providers to look at some of these issues with that. But with that said, I would like to give the rest of my time to other comment if necessary, and I do appreciate your time this evening. And again, as I have met with many of you, if you have issues and you think that we can help, we're small, local, but yet we have really big solutions, and we do, I think one of the better things that we do is we do have very smart, bright people on our staff that engineer solutions for very many types of things. So please keep us in mind, and I thank you so much.
Great. Hey, thanks for coming out tonight. We appreciate it. Anybody else want to speak on this issue that hasn't had a chance to fill out a card? We'll turn it to Commissioner comment. Open it up. Mayor Pro Tem, excuse me.
Well, thank you, Mayor. I want to just congratulate the FAMU team. I'm a proud alumnus of Florida A&M University, and you are just a group of many reasons why I am a very proud member of Florida A&M. And to your point with dealing with data, that's my forte. You know, Dr. Black and I go way back. Dr. Black's mother was one of my professors at Florida A&M. And I'm sitting here in shock that he said he's been at the university 25 years. So I don't know what that means for me. But nevertheless, I think we must have been close in age. That must have been it. But I am very impressed with this first installment, because I'm calling it an installment, because you pointed out very admirably that you did this in a short period of time, in the time that you had to do it in. And the problem with data is that the more you get, the more you want. And these questions that you asked, you provided that information based on the responses. I took the survey because they popped up on my Facebook page. So I'm one of those females that responded to the survey. And what I liked about the survey was that it was quick. It didn't take a long time. I don't do surveys that take a long time. And I think you need to keep that in mind. We do need to keep that in mind when we're surveying. And I'm looking forward to what's going to happen next. I think that any of these internet service providers who are receiving this information from you should be beating your door down to offer you something to help them figure out how to market better, or to offer some other means of collaboration and partnership. And I'm hoping that that's already happening. If not, we just need to say it a little bit louder. Congratulations, and thank you to Christian and your staff, Jason, Lawrence. I know you are one of the point people on this. Thank you, Jason and Jason, for working together to bring this information to us. And let me just say to the citizens, this cost us FREE. Okay, the budget for this was $0, and that's what we spent. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I want to reemphasize that too. This is one of the amazing benefits of having two incredible research universities right here in our community. These students took this project on without any cost. This was not a formal contract between the city. And again, we can't tell you how much we appreciate it. Thank you. Moving down, any other comment? Commissioner Matlow.
Yeah, thank you. First off, I do want to congratulate the FAMU team on your research. Very informative. I think the digital divide isn't something uniquely Tallahassee. It's discussed about across the country, and I think we started this conversation of just making sure we have equity in infrastructure, and especially as more residential fiber comes online and more business comes online, we have the same access and the same opportunity for all sides of our city. I think, one thing that stuck out to me in the presentation were the speed and quality concerns of 32304, which we know has one of the highest poverty rates in the state of Florida. So I think that's something we could dig a little deeper in, see if there's multiple options there, make sure they have access and make sure that they're aware of the access that is available in that area code. We can only take people from their feedback, but I think it's imperative that we know, at least what's available in the future. And I think we can work with our private sector partners and even the new ones coming online to make sure we have that infrastructure widespread. And then, as we continue this conversation, I think it is imperative to see looking 10 years out, 15 years out, 20 years out, and we start talking about more smart city functionality and really the access of fiber, getting that sense of we're kind of getting of where we're at right now, but where are we going? What does connectivity look like in 10 years? What does connectivity look like in 15 years? And do we have the partnerships in place to move that needle ahead? So thank you for your research. I think it's been a great first step, super valuable for this commission, so we thank you.
Dr. Bryant, Commissioner Bryant.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Let me also congratulate the team for doing an outstanding job to get us started. And I say that because we have at least some foundational information to help us to move from where we are right now. And there's somewhat of a long tail on that that we need to continue to move toward. And I want to share that because I shared this with not just Comcast, really, but with anyone who will listen to me. Even when we get available internet speed, whenever we get new technologies that will come aboard in the future, the critical part to me is how do we utilize our current existing organizations to collaborate such that they will take advantage of it. We can have a lot available, but how do we encourage and collaborate such that not only are people aware, but they understand the vantage point of taking advantage of it? So thank you so much for a job well done.
Commissioner Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just briefly, I want to thank our current service providers. Nobody has mentioned that.
Right.
We do have a number of service providers in the local area that are doing a phenomenal job, and I think that needs to be recognized and appreciated. They have plans for expanding their service. I know based on what I see on television, Verizon is building out their broadband service through the internet, so we'll have additional service there. But in conversations that I've had, one of the things, and having worked in the education system for a long time now, and having a child in school, access to the technology infrastructure and the means of communication is going to be even more critical because I know in the Leon County Public Schools now, you cannot get a hard copy report card from your child's school. It's all provided on the parent portal or on the internet. And so it's going to be essential that families not only have access, Commissioner Bryan, as you mentioned, but are going to have to make ownership of the technology infrastructure, a priority for their children and for their families. And how our local companies work with them in helping to make that happen, I think is one of the things that we're going to have to look at, as well as an increased marketing and public relations initiative for what is already occurring. For instance, through the Comcast Internet Essentials program that's been around for a long time, and unfortunately, a lot of people still are not familiar with it and what it offers and how they can go about participating in that. But I do want to commend our current local providers and MetroNet that's coming into the market because I think we have some tremendous opportunities here, and all of us working together, I believe, can make that happen in terms of the future of technology and internet service providing in our community. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Excellent. Seeing no further comment, Mayor Pro Tem properly moves staff recommendation, seconded by Commissioner Bryant. No further comment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, passes unanimously 5-0. Thank you once again. We are on item number 13.03. Mr. Dennis Sutton, our city auditor. It's great to see you. Thanks for joining us.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor, Commissioners. This is agenda item 13.03. As directed, I'm bringing back information regarding the establishment of Inspector General's office within the city. While researching the information to develop this agenda item, we reached out to subject matter experts. We worked with the Chief Inspector General of the state of Florida, the President of the Florida Association of Inspector Generals, and our previous city auditor, who was Inspector General for several state agencies. What we came back with was that there are 7 key areas that the city should address in establishing an Inspector General office. And that's formalizing the mission of the Inspector General, ensuring the independence of the Inspector General by the organizational placement, the appointment and removal process, establishing a set term of office for an Inspector General, and ensuring adequate funding for the Inspector General's function. Also, the process should clearly delineate the authority and powers of an Inspector General. To ensure the professionalism and quality of the Inspector General function, the qualifications for the Inspector General should be laid out in that legislation or ordinance that establishes the IG. The IG should also be established as the designated person for receiving whistleblower complaints. This way, there's one specific place that's designated within the city to receive those complaints to ensure that they're handled uniformly and correctly. And finally, an Inspector General function should have to follow set quality standards, such as standards for audits and investigations. To establish an Inspector General function, I believe that the Charter provides adequate authority under Sections 32 and 33 of the Charter of the City. However, the City Attorney and I are meeting next week to dig deeper into that and determine if a referendum would be needed to go ahead and establish an Inspector General function. And with that, I'm open to any questions that you may have regarding an Inspector General.
Mr. Clark, do we have any public comment on this item?
No, sir.
Is there anybody from the public that's here that hasn't had a chance to fill out a card that would like to speak on this item? Seeing none, we'll turn it to Commissioner comment. Dennis, let me start off and say thank you very much for your hard work and dedication. This is an important issue to us. I have to admit that I think we made a very wise choice selecting him as the city auditor. He's the only appointed official I know that in the background of this particular item went all the way back to the Revolutionary War and cited in the background information, very thorough, on the history of Inspector Generals in the United States. I'll open it up for questions. I'm ready to move forward with the recommended action number 1 and just, I don't think we need a workshop. Let's draft an item and bring it back for consideration and hammer it out. But Mayor Pro Tem, I will turn it over to you for comment first.
Thank you. And Dennis and I have talked about this earlier today. I'm in favor of what has been recommended, option 1. I can also, I could tolerate 2 if necessary, just for transparency and for the public to be educated on what what the Inspector General's job will be. But I am definitely in favor of option number 1. Having worked for the state of Florida for a number of years, that's where the Inspector General role is what I'm most familiar with. So I'm in favor of.
Great. Commissioner Richardson, any comment?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just one primarily, and Dennis and I talked as well as the attorney earlier, so they know what my feelings on this are. But what I want to make sure is that we don't set up a system where people agency shop, if you will, where if you don't get the answer that you're looking for in our Inspector General, that you go to the Ethics Board. If you don't get the response that you're looking for there, you go to the State Ethics Commission. That there is some assurance that what is thoroughly vetted and decided at one level will be respected and won't be taken to another level where people are put in double jeopardy and spend a lot of time and finances having to defend themselves in multiple venues. So that was one of the biggest concerns that I had, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Bryant.
Yes, this isn't really a concern, but I definitely support recommendation 1. But under the authority of the IG, there are about 17 items that are listed that could happen at any time.
Yes, ma'am.
And I would want us to, as we develop the plan and project out as to what we will do annually, and a lot of these will not be able to really be planned for because they will be reactionary to some complaint. That we fund the office in such a way that if I make a complaint today 2 years from now, I'm just getting to my response because we don't have resources allocated in order for you to do your job. So as you go back and actually talk about how do we flesh this out to make it operational, that we are very cognizant of the fact that this has to be supported in our budgetary process.
Yes, ma'am. I envision that as part of, addressed in several areas, as part of the independence, to ensure the independence of the Inspector General, a source of funding should be established, a set minimum level of funding, such as a certain percentage, for example, of general fund revenues, whether it's 0.001% of general fund revenues is the guaranteed minimum for the Inspector General to ensure there's adequate funding. We haven't dug in to figure out what those numbers would be at this point, but that should be part of the establishment of the Inspector General to ensure that funding can't be pulled out from underneath the Inspector General to basically neutralize that function.
Thank you.
Excellent. Commissioner Matlow.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you for your research on the subject. I think you hit a lot of key points that will be necessary. Whistleblower protections, I think, really spelling that out and what that looks like, giving a place for people to go and just knowing what those rules are. You mentioned independence and the appointment and removal process, so I'm interested to just see how that all comes together in a final draft and what that looks like. Adequate funding, I think, was also key. If you're going after something and you need to explore something, you need to be able to fund it and not be in fear of that budget's just going to be wiped out. I think that also goes into the independence of it. Also, the oversight levels. We have an independent ethics board that oversees the commission, and down lower, I think it's appropriate with the city auditor's office responding to the city commission that they want to oversight us because there's an independent board just for that, but to be able to look in at every other level of city government, from appointed officials down to the very bottom, to just put it in writing that the authority is there to do those types of investigations. So I personally don't think I need a workshop, but would just like to get maybe even an update more than a week out of kind of what it looks like and where we're going with it.
Most definitely.
Okay.
Excellent. Let me come to the city attorney for comment.
Thank you. I think in terms of dealing with the forum shopping, we could probably have a provision sort of like what we have in the Independent Ethics Board's jurisdiction that speaks to a deferral of jurisdiction if it's being handled by another agency or if it's being handled by the Independent Ethics Board, to sort of wait so those government resources aren't used unnecessarily when an ongoing investigation already exists.
Excellent. I still don't have a motion on the table.
I move the acceptance of option number 1.
Properly moved. Option number 1, seconded by Commissioner Richardson. Further comment? Seeing none. Any further comment? Properly been moved by the Mayor Pro Tem for option number 1, staff recommendation, seconded by Commissioner Richardson. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, passes unanimously, 5-0. We have time for item number 13.04. Madam Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. Item number 1304 is an update on the implementation of the August 21st, 2019 settlement agreement between the City of Tallahassee and Fairmont Tallahassee, LLC. As a result of an August 21st, 2019 settlement agreement entered into by the City of Tallahassee and Fairmont, the city has provided Fairmont both the requested easement in the first floor of the East Side Parking Garage and the aerial easement in escrow pending satisfaction of payment by Fairmont. The city has further engaged in negotiations for the sale of the parking garage, although a purchase and sale agreement for the garage was not the basis of or represented by Fairmont in the litigation as being needed to commence its construction of the Washington Square development. The negotiations have proceeded in good faith, with both parties having procured an appraisal of the value of the garage. Based on the issues identified during the property sale negotiations, staff is recommending that the negotiations to sell the East Side garage be discontinued. The settlement agreement provided that the city was under no obligation to sell the garage to Fairmont or any other party, and that the terms of any purchase and sale would have to be satisfactory to the city. There are no pending legal proceedings, and the terms of the settlement agreement have been met with the exception of Fairmont's outstanding obligation to pay the $177,000 as agreed for the aerial air rights easement, which is not being released until payment is received. So with that, that is the recommendation of the city manager as well as the city attorney.
Excellent. Any comment, city manager?
No, sir. I think the city attorney did a good job summarizing where we are.
All right, let's open it up public comment. Mr. Clerk.
We have two speakers, Michael Gay, and he will be followed by Gary Hunter.
Great to see you. Thanks for coming and joining us.
Thank you, Mayor.
Yes.
Mayor Daley, Mayor Pro Tem Williams-Cox, Commissioner Matlow, Commissioner Bryant, Commissioner Richardson, I appreciate the time. My name is Michael Gay. I'm with the law firm of Foley & Lardner, up from Orlando tonight, and I do appreciate the time to discuss this with you. As you know, this relates to the lawsuit brought by my client Fairmont against the city, the settlement that was hammered out and approved by this commission. I want to thank you for approving that. One of the key points of that commission was continued good faith negotiation for the sale and purchase of the city garage. That began in earnest with a proposed purchase and sale agreement sent by Fairmont to the city, or city's attorneys, on August 29th. On September 11th, there was a response by outside counsel for the city. Fairmont responded to those issues raised immediately on September 13th. There were conversations back and forth until we received what we thought were final edits from the city on October 24th. Immediately turned that around into a PSA, a purchase and sale agreement, proposed purchase and sale agreement on October 25th. We received a markup from outside counsel for the city on November 6th. We accepted those revisions. There were at that time 4 open issues. The first was the appraisal methodology we were using to come up with the purchase price had not been completed. Both sides hadn't had their appraisals completed. We extended the time to get those appraisals done. So we had suggested putting in the PSA that we would use that methodology and rely on that for the purchase price. The city didn't like that. As it turns out, it doesn't matter because the appraisals came in and we now have a purchase price. There was a question about the deposit. Since we didn't know what the purchase price was, we suggested $150,000, which was 10% of the minimum contained in that settlement agreement. Now that we know what the settlement agreement or the purchase price is, we're more than happy to agree to 10% of that purchase price. Again, something the city wants, or the city attorney had asked for, we'll give it. There was a closing date suggested. We had responded and said 30 days after we convert our construction loan to a permanent loan, no later than December 30th of 2021. The city never responded that that was a problem until the November 26th email that we received. We have in the December 2nd letter that I believe the commissioners have in front of them from my partner Bill Guthrie, we've agreed to the 6 months closing date that the city wants. The last issue, the only issue that remains, based on Mr. Guthrie's December 12th or December 2nd letter, is, I'm almost out of time. I apologize.
Keep going.
Okay.
Keep going. I appreciate it.
The only issue, based upon this December 2nd letter, is the city's concern about the guarantee made by the city to the lease, the landlords of the leases. There are 7 years remaining on that. We've proposed 3 different ways to get the city comfortable. 1, we'd put up a letter of credit. 2, we'd put up a bond for the entire amount of the city's obligation on the lease. Or 3, we would prepay it into an escrow account that the city would have control over in terms of how it was released. Every month, they'd be able to see it. It would provide full security for the city, and we were going to even say the city had a security interest in it because there was an issue raised about bankruptcy, and we wanted to give the city as much comfort as possible. That is the only open issue that we haven't agreed to in terms of issues raised by the city. We want to purchase this garage. We have a purchase price agreed to in the settlement agreement that the commissioners approved. That process went forward. There's a number. We're willing and ready to close with that number. The only issue is that open guarantee. As Ms. Jackson pointed out, there is no obligation to sell. We couldn't put that in the settlement agreement because if we did, you would have been in a bind. We could have issued any demand we wanted and you'd have had to sell. What you did agree to was enter into good faith negotiations. We now hear, and we heard from the agenda and from the email we got on November 26th, that we're at an impasse. I'm not sure what the impasse is because we never got response to our last comments. We find out from the agenda. It's having the 10%, we've agreed to that. Having the expedited closing date, we've agreed to that. The security interest, and I believe on the agenda it was making public parking available. We've agreed to that in the December 2nd letter. There is no reason this shouldn't go forward. The staff has recommended terminating the negotiations. Our opinion is that would be in bad faith. That would be not following the obligations of good faith negotiations set forth in the settlement agreement agreed to by this commission. Their second recommendation, their recommendation is to terminate. If that happens, my client has instructed me, and I've already drafted it, we'll be back in court, and we don't want that. Their second option is for you to order them to continue negotiating. Quite honestly, there's nothing left to negotiate because we've given in on everything. We've given in because we want to be good firm citizens, good city citizens. We want to repair the garage. We want to bring it up to code, and we want to make it available for public parking. The security, again, I know the city has good attorneys. They can make it as lock solid as possible. Prepayment, in my mind, into an escrow account gives the city the most comfort because all the money will be there and can only be released to the landlords. The third option, which I would suggest, since there really is nothing to negotiate, is that the commission direct city staff and the city attorney to move forward with the execution of this agreement since we have negotiated the purchase price and all the terms. We think it's ready to be done. It was done back on August 21st when the settlement was approved. We've negotiated in good faith. We've agreed to all the terms. We think we've provided the city as much security as humanly possible. We cannot get those landlords to release the guarantee. We have no authority to do that, but we've done everything else to give the city the comfort that those payments will be made and the city will never be responsible for them. So we would request that the city direct staff to execute the PSA and we can be done. At the beginning, the invocation by the Reverend was for everyone to use their wisdom and knowledge. I would argue we've provided you with the knowledge. I'm asking you for your wisdom to direct the city to move forward with the execution of the PSA that's been agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Gay. I did give you extra time because I do know you came up from Orlando, and we appreciate you coming back to Tallahassee.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. In a second, if we have any questions, we'll probably ask you to come back up. If you don't
That's
mind.
fine.
Our next speaker?
Next speaker is Gary Hunter.
Mr. Hunter, your name and address for the record, please. It's good to see you.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. Gary Hunter, 119 South Monroe Street. I'm an attorney with Hopping Green and Sam's, downtown Tallahassee. I've watched this issue from afar, as most of us have, for a while, as it's played out in the Tallahassee Democrat and elsewhere. I've been quiet about this issue, but I read this agenda item tonight with great interest and decided it was appropriate for me to come over here and address a few comments directed at this item. My law firm occupies 115 spaces of the east side parking garage. We own a building down the street occupied by the Ausley McMullen law firm that occupies 100 spaces of the east side parking garage. If I read Ms. Jackson's report, there are 700 of 768 spaces in that garage occupied under current leases of existing downtown businesses that rely upon that garage to park for those businesses. The 215 South Monroe building heavily depends upon that garage. Users of our courthouse heavily depend upon that garage. It's easy for me to walk down the street to the courthouse. We all know, just from being practical, that if you're an individual not accustomed to going to that courthouse and you have to come downtown Tallahassee and experience whatever reason you're going to the courthouse, most likely one that's going to create anxiety for you, not having somewhere to park proximate to that courthouse is going to create an even greater problem. And the part of this agreement or proposed agreement or its sale that I don't see resolved or addressed is how are those 700 users who rely upon public parking in a location where public parking is critical to our downtown. The businesses that have committed to be downtown, in the case of my business and my law firm, for 40 years we've been there. The Ausley firm has been there for 75 years. The other firms occupying the 215 South Monroe building have been there in excess of 40 years, relying upon this garage. And to have no answer for what could happen to those parking places going forward is, to me, bad public policy. And so I would sit here, I hope, absolutely hope, that the Washington Square, just like all of you do, hope the Washington Square development project succeeds. Downtown Tallahassee will be better off for it succeeding. But it shouldn't succeed at the expense of people who already are downtown, who already rely upon those parking spaces, and who would have no other option. I mean, look around, there are no other options for those spaces if those are lost. I'm going to give you, and no one asked me for this, and you don't have to take it, but a little free legal advice, since I do this for a living, and you were threatened with a lawsuit by my predecessor to this podium. I read this settlement agreement as saying, but in no event will this settlement agreement be deemed to require the sale of the city-owned parcel to Fairmont. The language of that agreement speaks pretty clearly. I mean, listen, I've done this for a long time, appeared in front of public bodies for a long time. Never have I done so successfully when I stood there threatening to sue them. I hope that that isn't your motivation to act tonight. I appreciate your consideration. Happy to answer any questions, but thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Hunter. Appreciate it. Do we have any other public comment?
No, we do not.
Excellent. Let's open it up for comments and discussion.
I would like.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I'd like to hear from the attorney.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I'd like to hear our attorney's response because her job is to protect
Madam Attorney.
the city.
Thank you very much. And also, I'd like to ask Ed Hudson, who has been representing us in this matter, if he'd come forward, he might be able to elucidate further than I can on this. But just to state that, the recommendations that we have made, the city did participate in good faith. We went forward and we got the appraisal. We did all that we were asked to do under that agreement. The Washington Square, when they testified in the hearing, they indicated in order to get started on their construction, all they needed was an easement to the first floor that ran with the land. That easement they got. They asked for, in addition, an aerial easement. The city said, well, that has nothing to do with the lawsuit, but we're willing to do that because we do want to see Washington Square be successful. So we have supplied them what they asked for. We placed in that agreement that we would work with them in good faith. Our evaluation to this point, based on the ground leases and in particular the public parking, is that it is not in the public interest for us to continue with these negotiations, and that these negotiations should cease. As I stated, they stated on the record to the court that all they needed was that first floor of the parking garage that ran with the land. That is what they received. Mr. Hudson might be able to add further information to that.
Mr. Hudson, thanks for joining us. Any further comment?
No, I would point out that...
Name and address. Name and address, please.
I'm sorry. Ed Hudson, address 436 Collinsford Road. I would point out that the agreement, we provided them what was requested, which was a 30-day period for exclusive negotiation to see if a deal could be struck. And ultimately, even if a proposal were struck, it would still be subject to your review to determine whether or not you determined it was in the public interest, involves a public asset, public services. So there's those factors which would obviously ultimately be considered. But we extended on beyond the 30-day exclusive period. We were still negotiating into November, and I believe staff decided it's time to bring this to the commission because you all provide the ultimate guidance here.
So my question is,
Mayor Pro Tem.
From August to now, going to November, we have been in negotiation. There's been no work done on the Washington Square project, even though we have provided them with what they have asked for, saying that all they needed was to do this, but there has been no work done on the site.
Well, I really can't speak to that definitively, but I can say from looking at it, there appears to have been no work done.
Questions, comments?
Question.
Commissioner Matlow.
Just to summarize from what we voted on last time, what was the time frame to come up with a proposal to sell the?
I'll let you go ahead.
The only time frame was indicated a 30-day period for exclusive negotiations, and that would have expired in late September.
Okay.
We continued on beyond then. We felt that was reasonable to do so. They'd requested it. We were going to see where we could get with it.
Okay. And did we commit to selling the parking garage at all?
No, we did not. As a matter of fact, as was stated, the agreement specifically says that we are under no obligation to sell the parking garage.
Okay. My last question is, this whole thing has me confused. I'd love to see this development happen if there's a way to make that possible, but something just doesn't add up for me. I don't understand how we got to a point where we were obligated to sell a public parking garage to make a development happen. If that was the path we were going to go down, it seems like we should have done it at the beginning, put it out to bid, contacted the 700 people that park there, and really have that conversation up front. So, I'd love to see this development continue with the air rights that were granted. If there's opportunity to put this out for the bid in the future, if that's the desire, we'll always be open to that, but I don't think we need to be negotiating with a private party before we put it out to everybody at this point if it wasn't agreed upon at the beginning of the project.
Commissioner Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The question is for the Fairmont representative. In the original plan and design of the Washington Square project, was there parking?
Yes.
Addressed in that plan, separate and aside from the city garage?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
There absolutely is. And what, quite honestly, and again, I'm speaking for my client, it would be better coming from him, but there's been concerns about the maintenance that needs to be done and hasn't been done on the garage. When it will be done. This is a garage that is adjacent to our building when we got the opportunity to buy it. And to address your question, Commissioner Matlow, you guys did at least give the authority to negotiate exclusively with us back then. So there was not talk about putting it out for a public bid. I will tell you there's been work done, but now that we believe we have the ability to acquire the garage, we want to do all the construction at the same time with the repairs on the garage. It only makes sense not to, when you can, save or have the construction going on at the same time rather than do it piecemeal. And that's the reason why you haven't seen as much activity as you would have thought. There is the air rights easement, which we need in order to get the tower permit, was only provided to us a week and a half ago. Not 3 months ago, not 4 months ago. So when we talk about that's been available, we only received that, I believe, a week and a half ago. And we're going to make that payment, and we're going to move forward with the tower permit. But why do that when we have the right? And again, we can say all we want, and I appreciate the free advice from the person that followed me. But when you say you're going to enter into good faith negotiations to sell the garage, that was not conditioned on, but we'll just do all the things we say we're going to do, and if we don't want to, we don't have to. We've agreed on the terms. When you say you're going to enter into good faith negotiations to do something, that doesn't mean you get to, once everything is agreed to, drop out. That's the issue. Is it good faith to do that? I would argue, and I think a judge would agree, that's not good faith. If the issue was public parking, we haven't heard about the public parking until November 26th. That, to me, smacks of bad faith that we agree on all these other terms and then, oh, yeah, we want to make sure there's public parking. But I'll tell you, in that December 2nd letter, we said, fine, we intend to run it as public parking. We've taken away every reason the city has said they don't want to sell it. Or, I'm sorry, city staff has said they don't want to move forward with this PSA.
So, sir, can your project not proceed then without acquisition of the city parking garage?
It could still proceed without, it could still proceed without the acquisition of the garage. But if we're going to be acquiring the garage, and we hope you move forward with it, or at a minimum, say, continue negotiating to make sure there's the comfort with the public parking, it would only make sense to do both at the same time.
Mm-hmm. And given what you've heard about the hardship that if there is not an adequate number of spaces available for these businesses that have relied on that parking for years, the hardship that it would create for them, how can you assure us and them that those spaces are still going to be available for public parking?
And that's a fair question. And I will tell you, we haven't even considered that yet because it wasn't asked until November 26th. Okay. Now that it's been asked, we have assured the city that we are going to continue to operate as a public parking garage. I think we could enter into negotiations to have whatever comfort language you wanted, that it would continue to be run as a public parking garage. We, as you pointed out, we have our own garage. Mm-hmm. This is for overflow. This is for when we have events and people come downtown. We want it to be run as a public garage. So I think we could provide that comfort in the PSA and relieve the city of that burden of moving forward with the maintenance of a very old garage.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem.
Somebody else wants?
Okay.
Go ahead. Well, I guess what concerns me is that you said that this project could go on without this garage. So why hasn't it?
Exactly what I was telling him, Mayor Pro Tem. Once we sat down, had we gotten the injunction, had we gone forward in the case and gotten the injunction, and we had gotten just that ground floor easement, we would have gone forward with the construction. But we entered into settlement negotiations. We got the air rights easement, and we got the parking garage. The air rights easement is important because it allows us to provide the uniform window openings on all four sides. Again, didn't get that air rights easement until a week and a half ago, so knowing we had that coming, we couldn't draw a permit for the tower without that air rights easement. And if we're going to build or acquire the garage, and we think good faith negotiations have resulted in a deal, why do the construction over here, stop, and then do the construction here? You do it at the same time. The economies of scale of having both construction projects going on at the same time only makes sense.
Well, I will just say that, I was happy when I thought we were well on our way and we were moving along, had things resolved. I am very displeased that we still have stuff sticking up out of the ground downtown looking, it's an eyesore.
We are too.
I'm also very disturbed that people are not working.
They are.
Because, the people that are needed, the labor that is needed, so that means that's impacting our economy. We had plans for a convention to be held here. They were in good faith negotiation with the hotel and all of that surrounding it. They've had to do other things. I am just not convinced at this juncture that our attorney is giving us poor advice on whether to proceed or not. I just as a layman, I'm not an attorney. I have stayed at the Holiday Inn Express, but I'm not an attorney. It's just from August until now, here we are in December, and we are no further along, it seems, than we were when this was supposedly settled. Is unsettling to me.
Nobody's more disappointed than we are. We're still paying for those cranes up there. We have had negotiations in good faith with tenants. Absolutely, we want to get this done. That's why I was pointing out, we turned the PSA around immediately. Every time we got comments, we turned those around immediately. We want to get this done. We wanted and thought back when we provided our responses that this commission meeting was going to be to approve the PSA. It wasn't until we got the agenda item that we thought, or we found out that the city staff at least believed we were at an impasse. We thought this meeting was going to be to approve the PSA purchase and sale agreement that this commission approved as part of the settlement agreement back in August. We think we should move forward, get it done, get the local contractors who are here tonight on the job and employing people on a daily basis. We just want an agreement that we think is agreed to be signed. Price has been agreed to. All the other terms have been agreed to. Again, if you think we need to negotiate something to give comfort on the public parking, great, but we've already said, we've committed in that letter, it will remain public parking.
So I'm going to go ahead and jump in and weigh in. Yeah, thank you. And Mr. Gay, again, let me tell you how much I appreciate you coming up and being with us today. I know that your client couldn't be here. And you also have a very stellar reputation amongst the Florida bar and people from across the state of Florida. And yes, we've done our background on who we are working with and everything. And I do appreciate it. And I do like your clients personally as well. But I do agree with the city attorney, and I think we're at an impasse for this round of discussions. And I think that we should draw this to a close and be able to move forward. I do have to tell you that I've been a little disappointed with the public discourse that's been going on and the way how the city of Tallahassee has been painted in this situation. This is a private development that's going on, and the city, I believe, has been bending over backwards for many years now to get this development up and moving forward. Like it's been said, and I will say it too, there is nobody in this community that wants to see the success of this development more than the mayor of the city of Tallahassee, because I have to answer the question of why do we have the big hole in the ground. But at the same time, I've got a public responsibility along with my colleagues to protect public assets. This one valued at $3.1 million that we have agreed upon for the purchase price. If we go back to the beginning of this development, let us not forget when we talk about working in good faith, that it was our predecessors, the previous commission, sitting as the downtown CRA, that allocated one of the largest tax credits upon completion of the development at $6.5 million to start with. And the fact that it was our colleagues, the previous commission, that worked with staff to expedite the permitting process so we could get the cranes up and running as much as possible. Let us also not forget that it was this city that for years allowed your client to use roughly 30,000 square feet of this public asset for free, the entire first floor. And then we were sued. We were sued, and you came to us and said, we need the easement. And we said, you know what? We'll sell it to you. And we did. And then, when we were sued for the easement, it was turned around, and you said, oh, no, air rights. And to be honest with you, it makes perfect sense. You don't want a redevelopment of a new garage going up 10 stories that blocks the windows. I get it. And that's why we turned around and said, absolutely, we'll sell you the air rights too. That is an agreement that we still have not received $177,000 for. I understand that everything didn't come to fruition until next week, but I would have thought that you all would have been prepared as soon as it was done to go ahead and issue payment. I mean, I can make a comment and say we're going to cease discussions until we're at least paid for what we agreed to, and that has been submitted and everything's been moving forward. I also share concerns about what was said in court that has been publicly in the newspapers, that you only need the easement, you only need the air rights, we're ready to start construction again. And we're all sitting back trying to answer the question, what is going on? And we don't know. So if parking is truly the issue, I suggest we get creative because we don't feel comfortable, if I'm counting noses, with the outright sale of this public asset. Let's talk about lease arrangements if you need to. Let's talk to the other businesses that have leases there that might not need their spaces on nights and weekends. Let's see what we do have available that the city of Tallahassee can guarantee in writing if that helps financing availability or helps with other parts of the development itself. If the parking is the true issue, we will continue to work with you. I just don't think, if I'm reading the cards right, and myself included, that we are in a position to instruct the city attorney or the city manager to move forward with the sale of the public asset at this time. Those are my comments and my thoughts. I will look for any further comment.
I'll move option one.
Option one has been properly moved and seconded by the Mayor Pro Tem. Again, Mr. Gay, thank you very much for being with us today. Certainly do appreciate it. Seeing no further comment, all those in favor of the recommended option number one, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously 5-0. I am afraid it is 5:50. We will take a quick break and come back at 6 o'clock for the regularly scheduled public hearing. We are running just slightly behind schedule of the publicly noticed public hearing. Let me get my ducks in an order here. Mr. City Manager, we are on the public hearing, item number 15.01, please.
Madam Attorney.
Madam Attorney, excuse me.
Thank you.
So item number 15.01 is the first and only public hearing on ordinance number 19-0-25, an ordinance of the City of Tallahassee adopting a text amendment to the 2030 Tallahassee-Leon County Comprehensive Plan, providing for severability and conflicts and providing an effective date.
Excellent. Do we have any public comment? Mr. City Clerk.
We have Mr. Curtis, who is available for taking questions.
Excellent. All right. Anybody else here would like to speak on 15.01? Has not had a chance to fill out a card? Seeing none, let's move to Commissioner comment. Mr. Mayor, Madam Mayor Pro Tem.
Oh. For this item?
Take a second here. 15.01. That's all right. I tell you what, come on up and speak. We'll sort it all out. No worries whatsoever.
Huh?
We're on 15.
Great to see you. Your name and address for the record, please.
My name's Mike Ricklick, 9601-68 Miccosukee Road, and I'm with Keep It Rural. Several weeks ago, my wife and I were heading east on I-10. Since she was driving, I was kicking back, listening to music, and enjoying the scenic vistas of the pasture lands when a sudden glare from a passive solar plant jarred me from the tranquility of the morning drive. Now, I'm a tree-hugging, fossil fuel-grousing, solar and wind alternative energy kind of guy, but in that instant, this scene was visually disturbing. There was no buffer, very little setback. The solar panels were in full display, distinct and uniform, utilitarian rows as far as my eyes could see. My spirit felt as if I'd been monkey-shocked by some scientific experiment. Later, I read that in laboratory research, visual exposure to settings with trees has produced significant recovery from stress within 5 minutes, as indicated by changes in blood pressure and muscle tension. Sadly, this solar plant was having the reverse effect on me. I became tense, irritable. Luckily, within a mile or so, the solar panels were way back from the highway with a pastoral buffer of green pasture land and a vista that blended the panels into a veritable sea of shimmering light, which made it almost appear to be a calm giant lake basking in the sun. Commissioners, there are 187,000 acres of rural land in Leon County. A lot of it is publicly owned, such as national, state forests, parklands, large water bodies, or areas that are in conservation easements, wetlands, or FEMA-designated floodplains. Nonetheless, staff estimates that there are about 30,000 privately owned acres within the rural zone where solar panels could be placed. I've heard the City of Tallahassee utilities might need about 20,000 acres for base load and solar. No doubt, Talquin and Florida Power and Light might also want some land. So potentially, we're talking about putting a very large chunk of these privately held large parcels of acreage into solar. And while Keep It Rural supports allowing solar plants in the rural zone, we are concerned about its impact on the landscapes. 5 years ago, Keep It Rural members, along with the Leon County staff and county commissioners, rewrote the Rural Land Use Code in the comp plan, and before any exceptions to this code are approved, we should make certain that we do not denigrate one of the most important guiding principles of the work we did. And I quote, "The intent of the rural category is to protect the scenic vistas and pastoral development patterns that typify Leon County's rural areas." Today I Googled the Leon County government website, and there's still a full page extolling the virtues of Canopy Roads, and it says, "Valued by citizens, the roads offer a peaceful alternative to the typical city view of asphalt, cement, signs, and visual clutter." I might add that driving on our country roads in the rural zone offers drivers and passengers this same sort of tranquility. That's why we must protect what is sacred to the citizens of this county. There should be no concessions regarding our pact to protect Leon County's scenic vistas and pastoral development patterns. So if any prospective developers believe that it is too cost prohibitive to provide 50-foot buffers and 200-foot setbacks next to any country roads in our rural zone, then we should advise those solar planters to go plant their solar elsewhere.
Mike, thank you.
Thank you.
Mike, I got to tell you, in 13 years that I've had the opportunity to work with you, you always bring poetic eloquence when you testify, and I love it. I really do. And I enjoyed working with you at the County Commission, and thanks for coming out tonight. You appreciate it, man. Mr. Clerk, our next speaker?
Our next speaker is Sarah Reichlich.
Hi, I'm Sarah Ricklick, 9601-68 Miccosukee Road, Tallahassee, Florida. Pamela Hall, who is also on the Board of Directors.
Could you speak directly to the microphone? Pull it down.
Pamela Hall submitted this letter, I believe, in writing, but she is out of town. She's on the Board of Directors of Keep It Rural, so I was just going to read her letter into the record. Keep It Rural supports the adoption of the text amendment to the Tallahassee-Leon County Comprehensive Plan, which adds solar electric generating systems as light infrastructure to the rural future land use category. The transition of energy generation from fossil fuels to renewable fuels is extremely important for our collective future. Keep It Rural supports the development of solar plants for this purpose. However, we are concerned about the impact that very large facilities, solar facilities, will have on the character, ecology, and ecosystem functions of our rural lands. Solar plants in Florida are hundreds of acres, many of them 800 acres each, and series of these plants are developed next to each other, row upon row. For scale, Governor's Square Mall, including all the parking lots, is 80 acres. So imagine a solar plant covering 10 times as much that area, and that would be one solar plant. The implementing regulations for this amendment should consider this impact and provide for significant setbacks, buffers, maximum size of solar plants, and the distances between them. Also, all of the environmental regulations that affect other development, regulations such as protection and preservation of conservation features and providing stormwater treatment, that should also be required of these industrial facilities for solar. We note that following such requirements will create the need for greater land purchase for each solar plant. However, according to the National Renewable Energy Lab, land costs are only 2.5% of the total cost of solar plants, of the size being considered in Leon County. This estimate is calculated from existing solar plants throughout the United States, including Tallahassee and other plants in Florida. We have estimated that adequate setbacks will, at most, increase land costs to 3.5% of the total cost of establishing a solar plant. That's a 1% increase. We believe that these are very important facilities for our future needs. However, we also believe the additional cost of establishing appropriate guidelines for their development is small compared to the loss of the quality of our rural lands, for the quality of life of the people who live there, and the many more who enjoy and benefit from their existence if we move forward without adequate protection. And thank you very much for your attention to our comments, Board of Directors.
Thank you so much. Please tell Dr. Hall that we're thinking about her and we're with her in spirit. And Sheree, when the time comes at the end of public comment, I would love for you to, I know you got the letter from Dr. Hall as well, if you can address some of these items that we could work through. That'd be great.
Next speaker is Jerry Lindsay.
Jerry Lindsay, also with Keep It Rural. I'm not as eloquent as Dr. Hall or Mike, but I want to re-emphasize a couple of points, and that is just the impacts of the size of the potential solar infrastructure that could be put in place. And in addition to the visual impacts along our roads and people who live near those, we're concerned about the maintenance of these facilities. As you all know, what it's like in the spring when yellow pollen covers our cars and our porches and every other thing that it can fall on. This is a constant upkeep for solar panels, and we're concerned about making sure that how these things are maintained and the materials that they're maintained with is also something that is addressed in any sort of ordinances. Excuse me. And also, what's the opportunity cost? What a shame it would be to make sure or to have forests providing us with all sorts of ecosystem services for free, cut down to provide solar. We're in those places where we have to make difficult choices, but the siting of these facilities, the buffers, and the managing and the impacts will be really critical to make sure that we end up with a win out of this move in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Mr. Clerk.
We have no more speakers.
Is there anybody else here? Come on up. Come on up. Thanks for joining us. And your name and address for the record, please.
Good evening. My name is Laura Newton. I live at 4541 Pecan Branch, and I, too, am a member of the Board of Keep It Rural. And I want to underscore that Keep It Rural Board supports solar plants. And the proposed amendment, which classifies solar energy systems as light infrastructure. And we don't consider them farms because we're not farming anything. We are creating an industrial plant, a light industrial plant that will produce solar energy. We are concerned that these solar structures are subject to the design standards that preserve the rural character of Leon County, which is one of the things that we're all most proud of, our canopy roads, that you can be in the country quickly and enjoy all sorts of outdoor activities. The setbacks on this proposal have been changed. It recently from 200 to 100 feet. We would like for the setbacks to be restored to 200 feet adjacent to canopy roads, all public roadways, and all water bodies. We would also like for the Category D buffers to be maintained, and for 100 feet for all other types of parcels on setbacks, like vacant land, farmland, tree plantations, and national forest. And that the maximum size of these installations should be 800 acres. And remember, we're going to have multiple 800-acre sites. One 800-acre site isn't going to provide very much power at all. So to have them in a series and sequential with no buffers will really blight our landscape. As Mike referenced, if you drive north on 75 from the I-10 interchange, you will see just miles of solar panels. And that's not what Leon County looks like, and we don't want it to look like that. We would like those buffers and those setbacks. And the plants should be no closer than 1,000 feet from each other as measured from any edge. So you don't have that mirror after mirror after mirror after mirror effect. You have some green space between them. So those are the amendments that we will ask of you all and of the county staff and county commission so that these solar light industrial plants provide the energy that we need for the future without changing the rural character of the rural flu forever. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here that would wish to speak on this item? All right. Sheree, are you going to handle the technical aspects? If you can, excuse me, Mr. Manager?
Mr. Mayor, and Sheree, if you'll address the jurisdictional distinction, I think that's important. This item will be taken up, I believe, by the county commission next week. So for clarity, if you can address that jurisdictional distinction.
Absolutely. There are two pieces to this. One is the text amendment, which is allowing the use in the rural zoning category. We have a joint comprehensive plan. Both the city and the county have to vote on any text amendments, and so that's why it is before you tonight to vote on this relatively simple language to add the solar facilities as a permissible use in rural with the design standards, and it does dictate design standards. Then that's adopted by both jurisdictions. The second piece is the land development regulations, and that's where the buffers, the setbacks, and the screening and those details would be handled in the land development regulations. And since the rural land is almost exclusively in the county, the ordinance is being is going through the county approval process right now. So while it's relevant for this background, the city actually would not have any jurisdiction over the rural zoning district standards for the most part. So, and as it stands, the draft ordinance has been approved in the county, has been approved by the Planning Commission with the 200-foot buffer, and also with a buffer along roadways. It is set for scheduled for public hearing with the county next week, and then for the second one in January.
Sheree, could you then clarify the action we're requesting of the City Commission?
The action that we're requesting from the City Commission tonight is purely on the text amendment to the comprehensive plan to allow the solar facilities use in rural as it's specifically laid out in the agenda item.
So, if I understand you correctly, and if I understand our friends that came to testify, y'all are in favor of the text amendment, which is the official action that will be before us tonight. The more technical aspects that are in the Land Development Code will only be before the County Commission, and so you'll be carrying the message as well, not only in approval of the text amendment, but also with the additional setbacks and everything in regards to the Land Development Code. Good. Excellent. Okay. Are we all on the same page? Commissioner Matlow.
I just had a question, I guess more for the city manager. What are there proposed solar facilities that these changes are being made for?
Not that I'm aware of, no, sir. Rob McGear's here. I think I probably don't need him to come help on that. We don't have any proposed, and we serve the area of the city of Tallahassee and beyond. So we serve 220 or so square miles of the 700 square miles in the county. So I know about that footprint. Beyond that, I don't have any knowledge of any other facilities.
Okay, yeah. It would just be my listening to our constituents here, and I hope the county will listen to them as well. As you know, we're in the utility business. I don't necessarily want to make any changes that help our competitors at the same time upsetting our constituents. So I hope our county colleagues would be mindful of things that setbacks and those sorts of things as they move forward.
Excellent. Before we, any motion for the recommended action for tonight?
Move approval.
Okay, it's been properly moved by Commissioner Richardson, seconded by Commissioner Bryant. My final comments, I think this is fantastic, I do. The one thing that I would caution that we should work together with is when we talk about the separation of two solar fields. We also want to make sure we're not encouraging sprawl and that we've got good connectivity if that is the case. Does that make sense? When you talk about having two separate fields together. I don't know the answer to that. That's just something that comes to mind. We don't want to put the buffers in that automatically creates this huge gap in sprawl if we can creatively, and I think that with technology and as we move forward, we can do that. Again, I don't have an answer to that, but it's something to think about. And I also just think from a personal standpoint, we should also do as much as we possibly can to look at every single inch of rooftop in the inner core, working our way out and using all of the infrastructure that we possibly can for solar, so that we don't end up with these huge solar fields, but concentration of just using the resources that we also have moving forward. That's all. All those in favor of the motion on the table signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously, 5-0. 15.02.
Thank you,
Madam
Mayor.
Attorney.
Item number 15.02 is the first and only public hearing on ordinance number 19-0-33, an ordinance of the City of Tallahassee, Florida, amending sections 14-2.302, 14-2.304, 14-2.317, 14-2.335, 14-2.402, 14-2.404, 14-2.417, 14-2.435, 14-6.003, and creating sections 14-5.010, 14-6.007, 14-6.008, and 14-9.034 of the Code of General Ordinances of the City of Tallahassee relating to general employees and supplemental plan pension provisions, contributions, and withdrawals, providing for conflict, providing for severability, and providing an effective date.
All right, everybody understand that?
Yeah.
Okay, in layman's terms, Mr. Clark, walk us through what we're doing, please.
Basically, following the last round of collective bargaining, the city made revisions to the police and fire pension sections of the pension code that were related to cost of living adjustments for employees while participating in the city's deferred retirement option plan and the payment of interest on refunds of employee contributions. This ordinance makes similar changes to the general employees plan effective March 1st of 2020, eliminating the cost of living adjustments for employees while they are in drop. Upon exiting drop and leaving employment, retirees would be eligible to receive an annual COLA. The ordinance also reduced the interest paid on general employee contribution refunds from 6% currently to 3%. These changes will reduce the annual pension contributions by $519,000 a year. Ordinance also provides for employees to make hardship withdrawals from our 401k plan, our 457 or deferred comp plan, and 175 supplemental share plan, which is for firefighters. And then finally, employees would be allowed to take de minimis distributions from small inactive accounts, and we would add a Roth 457 option to our deferred compensation plan.
Okay. First of all, do we have any public comment on this item?
I have no cards.
Is there anybody here from the general public that hasn't had a chance to fill out a card that'd like to speak? Okay, moving on. Real quick, we were contacted regarding cost of living adjustment, COLA, and how that is impacted through the DROP program. Would you like to walk us through that as proposed?
Yeah, basically, we identified the payment of COLA in DROP as a rather expensive item, and that's why we negotiated it out for both the police and the fire plans. And basically what happens when somebody is in DROP, they get all the same benefits that they have, just that their pension has been determined. So what was going on, or what goes on today, is you have somebody who is drawing a salary, they get all their benefits, they are eligible for pay increases, and at the same time, in that pension, within that DROP plan, their retirement is getting a 3% COLA every year while they are still working. And COLAs are very expensive the sooner they start, so this was one of the items that was addressed to make all three of our pension plans more financially sustainable.
Excellent. Yes, sir.
Mr. Mayor, if I could add clarity, this is prospective, not retrospective. Anybody in DROP today would retain the benefits that exist today, and this would take effect in March. So anybody that would go into DROP between now and March would also enjoy the benefits that exist today. So not trying to encourage anybody to retire, certainly, but just for that clarity that it's not punitive to those that are in the program today.
Excellent.
And we've done it for our two previous pension plans.
Excellent. Great. Open it up for any comment, discussion, motion. Commissioner Mallow?
Yeah, thank you. I got the email as well, and I did point to the need for maybe more communication with staff before these things come to the commission level. I think a lot was compared to the police and fire union, but they have the ability for collective bargaining where general employees do not. So they actually get, they negotiate those sorts of things for other things, that sort of thing. So just to imply something that could be perceived as a negative to our rank and file city staff, because we did it for the union doesn't quite make sense. So I think just in the future, we should look at making sure all the employees are aware before we take action on an item that could affect their future.
I will just point out that we will be sending out notification probably as early as tomorrow.
But just for clarification, in advance of making a decision, so they're aware of the information that's coming down from this level before it gets approved, not notifying them after the fact, I guess.
I understand your point.
Commissioner Bryant.
Yeah, follow-up question. How consistent is this move with other cities?
A lot of other cities would not have the COLA being paid within the DROP to begin with while people are actively within DROP. So actually, I think this is consistent with what you would see elsewhere.
Any further comment? Seeing none, Mayor Pro Tem properly moves staff recommendation.
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Richardson. Seeing no further comment, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, passes
No.
unanimously.
Sorry, no.
I'm sorry, 4-1 with Commissioner Matlow in dissent. We are on item number 15.03. Madam Attorney.
Thank you. Item number 15.03 is the first and only public hearing on ordinance number 19-0-36AA, an ordinance of the City of Tallahassee, Florida, amending Chapter 2, Article 1, Division 3, Ethics Code, Division 4, Ethics Board, and Article 8, Lobbyist Regulations of the Code of General Ordinances of the City of Tallahassee, providing for severability, providing for conflict, and providing an effective date. Note, the AA has been added because the effective date has been changed to January 2020, just to give opportunity for training of staff. So that is the reason why that has been changed.
Mr. Clerk, any public comments on this item?
We have one card for Peter Butzine.
Butzine, thank you for joining us. We appreciate it. Your name and address for the record, please.
Peter Butzine, 1628 Woodgate Way. I'm here on behalf of Common Cause and Citizens for Ethics Reform. I'm pleased to be here tonight to support the ethics ordinance, which is on the agenda as that is before you. Over my years in public advocacy, in those all too rare occurrences of feeling that I've made a difference, I often compare victory to child labor. While my wife of almost 51 years reminds me that no man can fully understand the experience of childbirth, I have to say that I've felt as though the last 5 years has been akin to an unusually difficult and extensive period of birthing a child. When our coalition successfully added the Ethics and Campaign Finance Initiative to the 2014 ballot and guided its passage by 67% of the city's voters, we had assumed that the City Commission would get the message and implement the Charter Amendment by passing a comprehensive ethics ordinance. Instead, what we got was an embarrassing interregnum of FBI investigations, at least 2 guilty pleas, and findings from the Florida Commission on Ethics against our former mayor and city manager for violating their public trust. Now you, as mostly new and refreshingly reform-minded commissioners, are about to vote on an ordinance that will take Tallahassee from having one of the weakest ethics ordinances in the state of Florida to having one of the strongest. We congratulate you for your effort and for the groundwork that was laid by the Tallahassee Independent Ethics Board. Make no mistake, passing this ordinance will provide an exciting new day for our city, the promise for a high standard of ethics and accountability to the people of Tallahassee. We thank you.
Thank you.
Just make sure you vote for it.
Thank you, Peter. Do we have any other public comment, Mr. Clerk?
No, we do not.
Let me start off by saying that this is a time that I want to take pause and I want to celebrate. And colleagues, it has been an honor and a privilege to work hand in hand with you on this issue. For a solid year, we have been working hard. This has been one of our top priorities, and it took a year. We told the public that we were going to pass an ethics reform package by the end of the year, and here we are. And I agree, Peter. I think that the Ethics Board, under the leadership of Chairman Herring, has done a tremendous job. It's not easy. If it was easy, it would have been done a while ago. Sometimes it gets a little tense, and I get that. But the Ethics Board did a fine job moving forward with their recommendations as well, and that is truly appreciated. And to all the outside groups and individuals that worked on this package, it is something to be celebrated. We now are about to pass the strongest ethics reform package in the history of the City of Tallahassee, and you are correct. If it is not the strongest, it is one of the strongest ethics reform packages of any municipality in the state of Florida. And I think that this body is sending a very clear message that it is also a new day. We are moving forward. We take this subject extremely serious, and we're going to set the example. And I'm proud to be part of this body that will be officially voting in favor of this ordinance tonight. Open it up for further comments, Madam Mayor Pro Tem.
As strong as it is, it's not nearly as strong as a woman giving birth.
I wouldn't have gone there, Peter.
I'm going to have to go with the pro tem on this one, Peter. You lost me on that one.
Yeah.
I applaud you and your group for your efforts, but I've done it 3 times. Nevertheless, I'm glad to be a part of sending the message that we are trying to do the right thing by our citizens and by the trust that has been invested in us. So thank you and your group for staying the course and making sure we land this plane. And so tonight at City Hall, not at the airport, but at City Hall, we're about to land this plane. And I'm glad to be landing.
Yep. Commissioner Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've said before, I think that I take public service as a public trust. I have for almost 20 years now, and I think that ethical service has to start with the individual. There is absolutely no legislation in the world that will stop a person from being unethical if they truly want to be. So it has to start here. But I think this certainly gives us and our staff adequate guidance on what we expect and what the community expects from our elected and appointed officials. And so I'm glad that we are where we are. Peter, thank you, and Ben, and all of the others that have worked with you all, our ethics board, for what you have brought to us and working with us to get here. And this be something that we can all support, and I certainly plan to vote for it tonight as well.
Thank you. Commissioner Bryant.
Ditto. I wanted to do the actual motion, but
Please
I know.
do.
Well, he wanted.
We don't have a motion on the table, Commissioner Bryant.
Okay, I'll move approval. Staff recommendation.
Staff recommendation has been properly moved by Commissioner Bryant, and I will take the honor of seconding it. Commissioner Matlow.
This is big. I sure hope it passes also, Pete. We'll see here in a minute. But I do want to just take a minute to thank all of our citizens who engaged in the input they provided, the Ethics Board, Madam Attorney for your insight into the issues, Mayor Daley for your leadership on the ordinance, and all of us for putting this together, because we're sending a big signal here, but it's more than just a signal. This commission's here to do the right thing. And I think this is just symbolic of that. To Commissioner Richardson's point, we're not going to stop people from doing the wrong thing, but I think the people we have up here are going to do the right thing. And this is just one step towards proving that to the public. So thank you for your participation.
Excellent. Seeing no further comment, staff recommendation has been properly moved to adopt the new ethics reform package of the City of Tallahassee by Commissioner Lane Bryant, seconded by the mayor. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, passes unanimously 5-0. Do we have any other items before us under the public hearing? Madam Attorney?
No, Mayor.
Anything to bring up, City Manager?
No, sir.
Excellent. We are back on policy formation and direction. We are on item number 1305. Madam Attorney.
Thank you. Item number 13.05 is a report on the status of conversion therapy prohibition for use. At the November 13, 2019 City Commission meeting, by consensus, the Commission directed the City Attorney to bring back a report on the status of Florida local government ordinance prohibiting the practice of conversion therapy on minors and options for action by the City Commission. The practice of conversion therapy involves therapy with a goal to change gender expression or to change sexual orientation or attraction. A number of Florida local jurisdictions have passed ordinances prohibiting the practice of conversion therapy on minors. The attached proposed ordinance would ban the practice of conversion therapy within the City of Tallahassee on minors, persons under 18 years of age, and significantly is not intended to prevent mental health providers from expressing their views to patients, whether minors or adults, about sexual orientation change efforts. The proposed alternative resolution encourages mental health professionals based on the positions in available mental health literature and experts in the field not to practice conversion therapy on persons below the age of 18. There are at least 22 local Florida jurisdictions that have adopted ordinances prohibiting conversion therapy on minors. These jurisdictions have substantially the same ordinance as is proposed. Generally, those adopted within the last couple of years exclude members of the clergy from the definition of provider to which the prohibition is applicable. The proposed ordinance does as well. There are two bills, Senate Bill 180 and House Bill 41, which have been filed in the Florida legislature, which propose to prohibit conversion therapy on minors. Additionally, there are two appeals pending in the 11th Circuit Court of Appeals on this subject, one challenging the ordinance's constitutionality under the First Amendment and the other on a state preemption basis. I am available if you have any further questions on this item.
Before we get into public comment, any technical questions on this item? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, let's go in. How many speakers do we have tonight on this item?
At least 37.
Okay, sounds good. Let me remind everybody that, hey, we have seen all types of public statements on this issue outside of City Hall and in these chambers, and I want to remind each and every one of you that we are going to conduct ourselves with civility. We're going to treat each other with respect, no matter where you are on this issue or who you disagree with. Please help us set the example for everybody that's watching on television and everybody that's here as well. Also, if you would like to just stand and wave in support or against, that is totally appropriate as well. But if you would like to speak, I'm going to keep you pretty tight to 3 minutes since we have 37 speakers that would like to speak, and I ask that you honor that as well. Mr. Clerk, let's move forward.
First speaker is Mary Correa, and she'll be followed by Donna Cottrell.
Wonderful. Thanks for joining us this evening. Your name and address for the record, please.
I was going to say good afternoon, but I guess good evening now. My name is Mary Correa. I use she, her pronouns, and I live at 599 Brookhampton Drive, Tallahassee, Florida, 32311. I'm here to voice my support and insistence that the City of Tallahassee pass an ordinance that bans conversion therapy or reparative therapy in our city. We, the community of Tallahassee, and its elected leaders must protect LGBTQIA+ children and vulnerable adults from licensed therapists who falsely claim that these techniques can change or convert an individual's sexual orientation or gender identity or expression. Proponents of conversion therapy wrongly claim that people who are LGBTQIA are sick, and that sickness needs to be stamped out. LGBTQIA individuals are not mentally ill because they are not straight or because their gender identity or expression does not fit into a strict definition of what is acceptable to some. We do not choose to be gay any more than heterosexual people choose to be straight. It is simply who we are, and we deserve love, acceptance, and safety, just like everyone else, particularly young people who are more at risk from these dangerous and discredited practices. There is no credible evidence that conversion therapy can change a person's sexual orientation or gender identity or expression. To the contrary, research has clearly shown that these practices pose devastating health risks for LGBTQIA+ young people, such as depression, decreased self-esteem, substance abuse, homelessness, and even suicide. It increases societal prejudice and causes psychological, medical, and other damages. The harmful practice is condemned by every medical and mental health organization, including the American Psychiatric Association, American Psychological Association, and American Medical Association. We need to codify that we will not allow therapists licensed by the state to engage in these methods of psychological and emotional manipulation, coercion, and torture. These words may seem extreme, but that is what these practices are. They are not therapy. Therapy is meant to help an individual with a goal they have or to heal from past traumas. It is based on rapport between the individual and the therapist, informed consent, and that everyone has dignity and worth as their own unique human self. It is not meant to cause more trauma or to try to fix them. You can't fix what isn't broken. And if you think that conversion therapy should be allowed in Tallahassee after hearing what I have to say and all the other testimony and the research done surrounding this abuse and just the straight up quackery that is conversion therapy, then you're the one that needs saving. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Clark, our next speaker.
Next speaker is Donna Cottrell, followed by Darby Scott.
Thank you so much for joining us.
Good evening. My name is Donna Cottrell, 703 Osceola Street. As a former middle school teacher and a a mom, and someone who has done research in studying youth, middle school age youth. One of the things that I found as a math teacher was the high statistics of suicide ideation of our middle schoolers who identify or are questioning. I, as a grad student, actually wrote a paper on diversity and inclusion using math statistics to teach our young people about the folks around them, because I heard I heard gender slurs quite a bit, and it's painful. And I didn't want any of my students to have to suffer under that. So one of the things I did was create this lesson plan, but I never got to teach it. Even though we teach diversity and inclusion in our schools, especially the middle school level, oftentimes it's not, they don't give us the appropriate time for it. So this conversion therapy increases the likelihood of suicide ideations of young people who may be of the LGBTQIA. Help me with the word. Community, thank you. And so I am for the ban on conversion therapy. We have several the American Psychiatric Association, the American Psychological Association, the American Counseling Association, the National Talking Points for Mental Health Professionals, Association of Social Workers, the American Academy of Pediatrics, and the American Association for Marriage and Family Therapy have issued position statements warning about the dangers of these practices. So I would really like to see the City of Tallahassee ban conversion therapy. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Next speaker is Darby Scott, followed by Kim Ross.
Darby Scott, good to see you. Your name and address for the record, please.
Hi, good evening. Darby Scott, 1101 Carriage Road. Mayor, Commissioners, good evening. I'm here today because I'm the chair currently of the Tallahassee-Leon County Commission on the Status of Women and Girls. And one of our focus areas is the health and development of women and girls in our community. We have an adopted policy to ensure our work is inclusive of girls with unique identity development issues specifically. And this year, as our focus, we have adopted the topic of the effects of trauma on the mental health of women and girls in our community, and specifically with the goal of becoming a more trauma-informed community. So the issue that you are addressing right now certainly directly touches on this issue as it affects girls in our community and those who identify as girls in our community. As your staff's detailed in the report before you, as well as the proposed ordinance, it's certainly well documented that in research that conversion therapy inflicts significant health risks as well as trauma. Therefore, we do strongly support the ordinance under consideration and urge you to pass it in order to reduce trauma to girls in our community and those who identify as girls in our community, regardless of their sexual orientation, gender identity, gender expression, or other unique identities. I want to thank you very much for taking up this important issue. And I know you already know this, but I want to reiterate that as the Commission on the Status of Women and Girls, we are here as a resource for you. Please take us up on our charge to be your advocates for women and girls in the community and come to us with any issues we can possibly help with that may come before you for consideration. Thank you.
Ms. Scott, thank you very much. Our next speaker, please.
Kim Ross, followed by Scott Pickett.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Scott Pickett, to be followed by Brian Lee.
Mr. Pickett, good to see you, sir. Thanks for joining us. Your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Scott Pickett. My address is 1202 Circle Drive. Good evening. Thank you for creating a space to discuss issues around protecting the health and well-being of our youth, and for proposing an ordinance that would do the same. I'm an associate professor in the Department of Behavioral Sciences and Social Medicine at Florida State College of Medicine. I'm a doctoral level psychologist. I'm licensed in the state of Michigan currently, and soon to be licensed in the state of Florida. I also have a certificate of graduate study in lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender studies, and I've had the pleasure for over 15 years of working with sexual and gender diverse people in therapy and through advocacy work. Although I'm not here as a representative of the American Psychological Association, I am a full professional member of the organization, and I fully support and follow the position of the organization that efforts to change sexual orientation, gender identity, and gender expression are not effective, and they are harmful. You are all aware of these harms, as the summary of the APA's findings has been presented to you in the proposed ordinance. These efforts to change sexual orientation and gender identity perpetuate stigma and discrimination against sexual and gender diverse people, and the efforts support perceptions that diverse sexual and gender identities and expressions are indications of poor mental health. Myself, along with APA and several other leading organizations focused on the promotion of health and well-being, recognize diverse sexual and gender identities and gender expressions as normal and healthy variants of the human experience. Unfortunately, through my professional work, I'm all too aware of the harmful effects that can occur through young people's participation in programs claiming to change sexual and gender identity, through the pressures by family and other health practitioners for youth to participate in these programs, and even the harms that exist through the support or even the existence of these programs. For those who have survived suicide attempts or are fortunate not to see suicide as an option, I've witnessed the positive effects of therapeutic approaches that affirm and support sexual and gender diverse people. Many people have fostered psychological health and well-being through growth, resiliency, acceptance, all very hard therapeutic work. By supporting the proposed ordinance to prohibit efforts to change sexual and gender identity, a clear and appropriate path will be forged for people to seek effective, evidence-based treatments that use affirmative, multiculturally competent approaches. The support for the proposed ordinance will also take a stand for the psychological health and well-being of our youth, and in some cases, it may actually save lives. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Brian Lee, to be followed by Lakey Love.
Mr. Lee, good to see you, sir. Your name and address, please.
Good evening. Brian Lee, 1203 Buckingham Drive. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners, for giving me the opportunity to speak on this important issue tonight. I have lived in Tallahassee for over 20 years. My wife, Kim Ross, and I have raised 2 kids here, and like all parents, we have worked hard to instill them with good and proper values, and they've grown into excellent young adults, and we're proud of them. Within our faith community, we've taught Sunday school to help ours and others' children learn the values of tolerance, love, and acceptance that are at the heart of our religious beliefs. Kim and I founded a nonprofit together here that, amongst other things, serves the children of our community with educational and leadership development programs. All children are welcome and accepted in these activities as we work to guide these children to become young leaders in our community. As someone who's devoted much of my life to this mission, I could never condone this abuse of trying to change who children fundamentally are as human beings through the fraudulent methodologies referred to as conversion therapy. Personally, as a bi member of the LGBTQ community, I have certainly dealt with my share of people who have sought to change who I am over the past 52 years. But it doesn't work, and there's nothing wrong with me. Or, that's not what's wrong with me anyways. This issue is at the heart of who we are as a community. Should we allow any grifter to defraud parents into harming their children by treating them for something that isn't wrong with them to begin with and is at the core of their being, their identity, under the guise of parental freedom? So-called conversion therapy is a sham. These charlatans' practices are known to be extremely dangerous and can lead to depression, substance abuse, and suicide. The City of Tallahassee has a responsibility to protect all young people and vulnerable adults from these dangerous practices. Tallahassee youth and families have a right to expect that a therapist practicing under a license from the state will not put them at risk of depression, substance abuse, and suicide. Few practices have hurt LGBTQ people more than so-called conversion therapies that attempt to change their sexual orientation or gender identity. I urge you all to vote to move forward with this ordinance prohibiting this practice in our community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker,
Lakey Love.
Ms. Love, name and address, please. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you, Lakey Love, 1511 Melvin Street, proud resident of the South Side. I want to thank you all for being here today and allowing us to speak. I want to come from a personal space today for a little bit and then address the city attorney's comments last month when I stood before you. First, I want to say that I identify as pansexual and non-binary, so I am a member of the LGBTQIA plus community. I grew up in Tallahassee, or rather Leon County, and come from a family that was actually very supportive. But I remember my own mother, before I came out, saying very blatantly after watching a movie on HBO or something, that she would feel really sorry if any of her children were queer. Because she knew it would be a hard life. I am 45 still for the next couple of days. And I came out when I was 15 and came out successively as I changed my identity from bisexual to lesbian to bisexual to pansexual. I'm also a recovering addict. I have 14 years clean. And a part of that life path for me and the struggle has been dealing with discrimination and oppression at the hands of others because I'm openly queer. And I come from you from that personal perspective, not because I survived conversion therapy, but because I think that the continuum of discrimination affects us all, and that as a recovering addict in the queer community, I've watched multiple people. My brother committed suicide, and I've watched multiple people in my community commit suicide and overdose from drugs, in part because of the oppression and discrimination that they have received. I'm a lucky person, and I have focused on love in the last 14 years and have found love, and I do hope that the commission will focus on love and make Tallahassee a welcoming and loving place for all of us to stay and to come and move to. I want to respond to two things really quickly about the changes that the city attorney made in the actual ordinance that was proposed that we submitted as a group. I saw that she removed the gender-inclusive language. We had put LGBTQIA plus and included terms like genderqueer, pansexual, because even within the queer community, these communities, myself amongst them, I live in the plus and not in the LGBT, are often marginalized, and I would like to request that this commission put that inclusive language back in. We also submitted a provision that would push you all to prevent the city of Tallahassee from funding and contracting with anybody practicing conversion therapy, and that provision was removed from the ordinance as well. I would like to see that back into the ordinance as it's proposed, and I welcome any comments or questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker?
Naomi Franquise, and I hope I got that last name right.
Thank you for joining us. Your name and address for the record, please.
Hi, my name is Naomi Franquise. I live at 1919 Nanticoke Circle in Tallahassee, Florida, 32303. I'm here in support of the ban on the so-called conversion therapy. I'm a freelance illustrator and identify as a lesbian. And I have more queer friends and peers in my industry and my community than I can really count. Each and every one of them is a valued member of their community. They're immensely skilled and talented in their fields, and it's a vast, choice of field that they have there. And they are proud Americans and human beings. Many of them seek therapists for various issues, but those therapists are there to help them become balanced, healthy, and happy adults in their life now. They weren't always there when they were younger, but they are here now out of their profession to help them continue their life and to continue their futures as well as any American deserves to have. No human deserves to be coerced and bullied into being someone that isn't natural, and that is what conversion therapy is. No therapist should have license to torment their patients, especially minors who rely on us as adults to protect their welfare and their futures. It's harmful, and it's proven to be damaging by many organizations, such as the World Health Organization, especially to these youths, So I just want to be here to support and show my support for this ban on conversion therapy. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker?
Matthew DeMarco.
Matthew Marco?
DeMarco.
DeMarco? Great, thank you. Next speaker?
John Robertson.
John Robertson? Moving on, our next speaker?
Joanna Gawanter.
Thanks for joining us. Your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Joanna Gawanter. I live at 2213 Pontiac Drive, also proud Southside. Please let me introduce myself. I'm a mental health professional. I'm a voter. I am married. I pay taxes. I love dogs and humans. I am an out and proud queer woman. I was raised in a strict religious home where we were not allowed to drink caffeine, yet to be queer. My parents, who are still very active in their church, support me and my wife. They show their love to me by inclusion, support, and sharing their love. I shudder to think what my life would look like if they had rejected me for who I am. I have seen the harm and hurt that happens when people are not accepted, and I am so lucky. And I speak for those who do not have that privilege that I have and had. Rejected LGBTQIA+ youth are 8 times more likely to attempt suicide, 6 times as likely to report high levels of depression, 3 times as likely to use illegal drugs, and 3 times more likely to be at high risk for HIV and STDs. There is no support or evidence that conversion therapy works. There is evidence that the practice is harmful. The American Medical Association, the American Psychological Association, and other highly accredited foundations have publicly stated that conversion therapy does more harm than good. Discovering that you are different from the norm is difficult and heart-wrenching enough. Imagine having these awarenesses without the support of your family or community. People are being punished for how their very DNA created them to be. To speak openly to any gay, non-binary, cis, transgendered, or straight family out there, there is nothing wrong with how you identify or who you are or who you love. There is nothing wrong with you. My wish for all is that you are supported and well-loved. We have no control over the DNA we received in utero. We need no cure for love. In conclusion, I would like to ask all who are in support of conversion therapy, how would you react if you were being pressured and urged to change being straight?
Our next speaker?
Darwin Gamble.
Mr. Gamble, good to see you, sir. Your name and address for the record, please.
Darwin Gamble, 1248 Halifax Court. Thank you very much for taking up this issue. I think everybody on the City Commission wants to ban conversion therapy for minors. And I think the City Attorney wants to help you do it. I also think the City Attorney wants to keep you from getting sued, which is part of her job, and I appreciate that. But to be clear, I think you've got a couple of different choices. You've heard people refer to an ordinance. You've got before you a proposed ordinance that would impose fines. But you also have a proposed resolution, which, if that's adopted, would simply encourage licensed professionals to not engage in conversion therapy. You may be tempted to vote for that, thinking that if you vote for the ordinance, and the City of Tampa, for example, loses that federal case, that increases the likelihood that you'll get sued. I don't think that risk is as high as you may think it is. If you adopt the ordinance and Tampa does lose that case, you still might not get sued. That ordinance is so narrowly drawn to a certain classification of people, there might not be any licensed professionals in Tallahassee that engage in conversion therapy anyway, so they wouldn't have standing to sue. And if anybody threatens to sue, you could repeal the ordinance and then adopt the resolution at that time. If you adopt the resolution first and the City of Tampa wins that case, we're going to come right back here and request an ordinance. Either way you go, you run the risk of going through this process twice and listening to the same speakers say the same thing and getting bored. But anyway, I think if you adopt the ordinance, you'll be okay. You don't have the risk of being sued that you might think you have. Anyway, thanks again for taking up the issue.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Chloe Bresic.
Thanks for joining us. Your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Chloe Bresak. I use they, them, their pronouns, and I live at 2711 Allen Road. Conversion therapy is an issue that I am very passionate about for many reasons. Most importantly, I believe that the City of Tallahassee has a responsibility to protect minors to the best of their ability. This is not a controversial statement in and of itself. I am currently an elementary school teacher, and therefore I have had training in child development. I put a high value on the safety and comfort of children. I am sickened by the idea that vulnerable children are being put through conversion therapy. This is a damaging process that has been debunked and condemned by medical and psychological communities. And I am baffled by the idea that conversion therapy supporters and providers believe that they know better than all medical associations. I urge you to move forward with this conversion therapy ban. We cannot wait for a better time, as we are often pushed to do. The LGBTQ+ community is constantly told to wait, slow down. We're not ready for you yet. It's not time. It's not the right time. Every day that this conversion therapy ban does not exist is another day when young, vulnerable children are being put through the abuse that is conversion therapy. They are being told that they are sick and broken. They are made to believe that they are unwanted, because if you do not accept a person for every part of who they are, then you do not accept them at all. We cannot and will not wait any longer for this conversion therapy ban. Please support us in this effort by moving forward with a comprehensive ban on conversion therapy. Thank you for agreeing to hear us today.
Our next speaker.
Dean Rooney.
Thanks for joining us. Your name and address for the record, please.
Let me get out my notes. Okay. Hi, my name is Dean Rooney. I live at 75 North Woodward Avenue. Awesome. Okay. So first of all, I'd like to thank you guys for making the time for us to speak on this issue. I really appreciate that. And I appreciate you all being willing to listen. So, I've been to some of these things before, and I've heard individuals speak in favor of conversion therapy. And I can't help but notice that there are some discrepancies here. Their version and the reality of what conversion therapy actually is very different. Theirs is the idealized equivalent of having a sit-down talk with some religious official, but conversion therapy in actuality is abusive, manipulative, harmful, both physically and mentally. It's being forced to vomit for learned association. It's being electrically shocked, and sometimes it even leads to cases of rape. And I quote, "until they like it." I have friends who have undergone what people could make horror movies out of, all in the name of conversion therapy. I have one particular close friend who has PTSD due to what was done to her during conversion therapy, not even 45 minutes from here. No one signs up for this willingly. I didn't come out until years after I already knew about my identity because of the fear that was instilled in me of just the threat of this practice. And it can't even be described how scared I felt every day. And that's from someone who was fortunate enough to not have to endure this. Just the threat of what it is, because it wasn't banned in the community that I lived in. Conversion therapy is not just a talk with your child. It's not something innocent. It's an evil practice. It's horrible, and it's just mean. I think that we can all agree that we want the children of Tallahassee to feel safe, to feel loved, and to feel like they belong. There are countless people in this audience who have gone through conversion therapy, who used to be the LGBTQ plus youth that we're talking about right now, who are telling us that this does the opposite, who are telling us that we should not and do not want this for our kids. And I recommend that we listen to them before we listen to anyone else. No one wants to see these kids being hurt, but they are being hurt, and they're feeling the effects of conversion therapy right now. Children are hurting, and they're dying because of this, and we need to do something about that. We need to protect them. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Forgive me on the pronunciation. I believe it is Dia Medley Naira.
Thanks for joining us. Your name and address for the record, please.
Hi. Pardon me. Hey. Hi. My name is Dea Medlinera. I'm actually a homeless youth here in Tallahassee, but my address that I still use is 2407 Roberts Avenue. And if you know, that's Capital City Youth Services address. I am here today in support of the conversion therapy ban. And I would like to give you my personal experience with conversion therapy. I've been so scared to talk about it because why would you want to?
Just take a deep breath and take.
So, I came out as transgender when I was 15, currently 19. And it was a faith-based practice. And while I was there, I was pushed onto the ground. I was pushed onto the ground, and I had my head forced onto an altar, and I prayed. I was made to pray for about 3 hours in the name of, still to this day, my God. And they wouldn't let me leave, and I kept asking them to please let me go, to stop, and they wouldn't listen. I was kicked out of my house and made homeless when I was 16. I sought refuge at Capital City Youth Services in August of 2018. And there I went to therapy, real therapy, with a licensed therapist, Anna VR at Clarity Counseling. And I've been with her for years. And we've been working through some of the lasting traumas of that, including post-traumatic stress disorder, clinical depression, manic depression, anxiety, all which stemmed from this practice. And before I started that, before I started going to therapy, I attempted suicide 3 times. I just recently was a victim of sexual assault. And I have been kicked out of many, many churches that are of my personal belief to this day. And I just wanted to make you all aware of that from my experience because it's important that you guys know the truth. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Our next speaker.
Forgive me on the pronunciation of the first name. I believe it is Keon Knox.
Thanks for joining us. Appreciate it. Before you start, can you do me a huge favor? The white thing right there in front of you, will you take that down? A little distracting. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Keona Knox, and my address is 75 North Woodward Avenue. I want to say thank you for your time tonight. Conversion therapy, despite popular belief, doesn't fix anything because there's nothing to fix. All that conversion therapy does is break down people over time in a way that could and should be considered torture. There's nothing nice about conversion therapy, nor is there a nice way to go about it, because it is not a nice process. There's nothing nice about dehumanizing someone's existence. Conversion therapy is not designed to benefit the person undergoing it, but rather the perpetrators. I say perpetrators referring to not only the quote-unquote therapist, but the parents or guardians forcing LGBTQ plus youth to undergo this process. I use this term to describe these people because these individuals are perpetrators of violence against the very existence of the youth of our community. If a child does not have the language to fully explain their identity, how can you expect them to understand why they are being put through this? Forcing youth through this process significantly stunts their development because they are being trained to believe that existing as they are is wrong. Furthermore, forcing these young people to change how they exist is unrealistic. You would not sit a child down and force them to change their skin color because that particular color is wrong. Skin color is a vital part of a person's existence and cannot be changed. Gender identity and sexuality are similar in this sense. These cannot be forcibly changed. These are parts of who someone truly is, especially a child learning to understand and love themselves. It is also worth noting here that the impact of conversion therapy on Black and brown children adds to their intersecting identities. These children are already growing up, learning to defend themselves from racism and prejudice for their skin color. Now they have to defend themselves for their sexuality and gender identity. At what point does enough become enough for these children? Conversion therapy takes away from the vital experience that is childhood. It causes suffering via mental and physical abuse, such as gaslighting, electric shock, battery, manipulation, sexual assault, and the list really goes on. There is no morally acceptable or beneficial reason for why the youth in our community should have to go through conversion therapy. This is not an issue of parental rights. This is an issue of child safety. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Matt Daly.
Brother Daly, how you doing?
I'm not bad. How are you?
Good to see you.
That's your brother?
No relationship?
No relation, as far as we know.
But very rarely do we find each other spelled the right way. So,
I've had no problems with my spelling since you were elected, so thank you so much.
I certainly hope you haven't caught too much grief.
Well, Matt Daly, 134 Northcutt Terrace. I am a member of the ministry staff at Good Samaritan United Methodist. I'm also here representing Faith in Public Life as a legislative advocate. I am the child of mental health professionals. I'm a parent of an 8-year-old. I'm a former educator. But I speak today as a proud Christian, one who cherishes the role of Scripture and the teachings of Jesus in my life. I've given a decade of my life to the church, and I believe strongly in my responsibility to speak out in the face of injustice. I do, however, have some doubts. For example, I doubt that when Jesus said in Mark 12 that the greatest commandments were to love God and to love your neighbors, that he meant to make your neighbors feel confusion, depression, guilt, helplessness, homelessness, and shame, or any of the other 24 negative side effects that are listed in the APA summary of conversion therapy. I doubt that when the psalmist wrote in Psalm 127 that children are a heritage from the Lord and offspring a reward from him. I doubt that the psalmist meant we should subject our children to a harmful practice that's been widely discredited by the medical community. What I don't doubt is that when God, and through the prophet Micah, wrote, "Do justice, love mercy, and walk humbly with your God," that he meant to stand up and support those being harmed by the actions of others. It is because of my faith and my view of Scripture that I support the rights of the LGBTQ plus community, not in spite of it. I ask you here, as leaders in our community, to take a strong stance today. Conversion therapy is harmful to the children in our community. It's harmful to the health of our community. And anything short of an ordinance banning the practice is an abdication of our responsibility to both. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Laura Wilner, to be followed by Catherine Lane.
Great. Thank you. Next speaker.
Catherine Lane.
And I'm Catherine Lane.
There you go. Thanks for joining us.
My address is 2001 Old St. Augustine Road. My pronouns are she, her. I'm with the Tallahassee Community Action Committee and Equality Florida's Trans Action Initiative. I am also in support of a ban on conversion therapy. What I want to talk to you about is some problems in the proposed ordinance presented by the city attorney. As Mixlove had said earlier, the version that we proposed is different than what the city attorney proposed. Specifically, it leaves out the terms genderqueer, pansexual, non-binary, asexual, intersex, queer, and the acronym LGBTQIA+. All of those are marginalized sexual orientations and gender identities. They are part of our community. There is no reason to exclude them. There is no reason to have left them out. It is an insult to our community to do so. It removed any reference to a vulnerable person as defined by Florida statute. Vulnerable persons under the Florida statutes are just as much at risk of the kind of harm that conversion therapy engenders as minors. There is no reason to exclude them from the protection of the ordinance. The proposed version added a section on what the ordinance does not do. It is page 3, lines 31 to 33, page 4, lines 1 through 4. It could be interpreted to allow the evaluation of a gay person or trans or non-binary person an illegitimate diagnosis of their queerness as being mental illness and allow for the prescription of conversion therapy to treat that. That is part of what we want to ban. That is not what the ordinance should avoid doing. For a medical practitioner, a licensed practitioner, to stand in front of a child and say, what you are is wrong, medically speaking, is not only incorrect, but that is part of the trauma that conversion therapy causes. There is no reason for that section to be in there. It is not in the versions filed in the Florida legislature. It is not in the national model policy. It is in some other local jurisdictions' ordinances here in Florida, but Tallahassee doesn't follow, Tallahassee leads. Just because they don't get it right doesn't mean we follow their example. It means we do better. And so there is no reason to have that entire provision in the ordinance at all. So with that in mind, I urge you to correct those errors and pass the conversion therapy ban.
Catherine, one more time, what is the section that you just referred to?
There is not a numbered section. It is one of the whereas clauses. It is on page 3, lines 31 to 33, page 4, lines 1 through 4.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Mark Nelson.
Mark, thanks for being with us. Name and address for the record, please.
Mark Nelson, 433 Hightower Drive. Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. I just want to say at this time, I do lead a small group of strugglers and parents of strugglers. They are all welcome to come and go as they please. All I do is I wrap my arms around them, and I love them, and I listen to them, and I care for them, because that is what we're called to do. That is what we're called to do. For years prior here in Tallahassee, I identified myself as a homosexual. For nearly 20 years, I was active in the Tallahassee gay community. And I wish as a child I took advantage of counseling for my same-sex attraction. But I could not. In 2008, I found myself at Capital Regional Medical Center with an AIDS diagnosis and with days to live, according to the doctors. And all I could do was cry out to Jesus. That's all I could do. I had very little time to live. Well, after 3 months in the hospital, I was changed. And I realize it's very difficult to change, but you can change, but it takes a radical encounter with the cross and Jesus Christ crucified. There's no other way around it. And I experienced that. I live now as a heterosexual man married for 11 years and just excited to share what God has done for me. Because there's a powerful story to share. And last week in Hungary, the International Federation of Therapeutic and Counseling Choice Group released its 2019 declaration saying that everyone should have the freedom and the right to walk away from sexual experiences or practices they find unfulfilling. And we should be there to support them in doing so. That is all we ask, is for that choice. We don't hold them. I feel so bad for that last testament of conversion therapy, because that is not what we do. We love, we care, we listen. I lived it myself, and I know what it takes. And it takes the true love of Jesus to transform it, But again, I have 30 seconds left, and I just want to turn and just say how much I love this community. I love you all. But I have to share my truth. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Virginia Fuller.
Ms. Fuller? It's good to see you. Thanks for joining us. Your name and address for the record, please.
I am Virginia Fuller. My address is 501 East College Avenue, Tallahassee, Florida. I am a transplant. By profession, I am a registered nurse. And just so that you have a little background on me, I'm not just a troublemaker wanting to upset someone's apple cart. When I see something wrong, I step up to the plate and I try to do something about it, which is what I did about 20 years ago when there was no care for chronically ill children in my community. And as we know, there are no nursing homes for children. I set up a nursing home specifically for those children to care for them. That was licensed by the state health department. So back in the 80s, I became aware of this homosexual movement of people wanting to come out of the closet because they were tired of being in the closet. And I thought that as an adult, one should have the right to do so. I supported that. I had no objections to that at all. That movement progressed, and they got more rights in the workplace, in housing, and they were entitled to that as well. What I'm not happy with is the progression where now it is not good enough that they, as other adults, are allowed to be what they want to be, but they're also pushing an agenda in the schools. And unfortunately, these are in the public schools primarily, where children are being taught that it is okay to be homosexual, or perhaps you like your best friend as the same sex partner because you have homosexual tendencies. And I don't think that there would be so many cases of abuse if not too many of our children are being pushed the way that we as parents don't see fit. I also believe that too often it is the poor and minorities that are falling victims to agendas that are contrary to our religious beliefs. And it strikes me as odd that this very same group of people that are, for the most part, pro-killing babies and abortions are now so concerned about the well-being of children. If there are conversion therapy sessions going on that are blatantly illegal and criminal, then I would suggest to the panel to look into those and investigate those and see to that that those are addressed. Thank you for your time, and I hope that you vote the right way.
Thank you. Our next speaker?
Our next speaker is Charlene Cothran.
Thank you so much for joining us. Your name and address for the record, please.
Mayor Daley, thank you, and all the commissioners. My name is Charlene Cothran. I'm from Palm Coast, Florida, 19 Parkview Drive.
Welcome, Tallahassee.
Thank you. I want you to know that I am a 29-year, I want to say veteran of homosexual politics. For most of my young adult life, all the way up until age 45, I identified as a lesbian. I was a card-carrying member of HRC, the Human Rights Campaign, the most powerful gay and lesbian organization in the world. I was one of the founding members of the National Gay and Lesbian Task Force, one of the founding members of the National Black Gay and Lesbian Leadership Forum, founded Black Gay Pride in Atlanta, Georgia, published a gay and lesbian magazine that was distributed all over the world. And then I met Jesus Christ. I got tired. I had made all my own decisions, and one day just got up. I couldn't come to the place where I said to myself in the mirror, I just said, I don't like you anymore. I made all my own decisions, but I could not change what I was looking at. It took Christ to change that, not necessarily therapy. However, until a young person comes to that place, they ought to be able to go to a counselor if they don't like themselves, instead of looking at the possibility of suicide. That is what's causing young gay people to commit suicide, because they're being told this is normal, and they know it's not. One of the other points I'd like to make is I just want HRC, because I know that they're represented in this room, they're allies. Many of the folks here I know are members of HRC. I say to them two things. Stop lying. That's our campaign. Stop lying to this wonderful commission, HRC. Stop lying to our schools. Stop lying to this council, proclaiming that homosexuality is innate, when you know that the American Psychological Association says that no one is born gay. I've heard that lie over and over again up here. Dr. Lisa Diamond is a lesbian. She is the well-respected editor of their diagnosis manual at the APA, and she says, we got to stop telling this lie, folks, that we're born gay when we know that we're not. I know we're almost out of time, but that is the most important piece of information I want to leave with you. The APA says no one is born gay, and all of the other lies are on top of that. So I ask you to research that. It is on record. APA went public in 2013 saying that no one is born gay. Stop lying.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Ryan Terrell.
Next speaker.
Ben Kilmer.
Representative, good to see you.
Thank you. It's good to see you all as well. Commissioners, mayor, and representative. We haven't seen each other in a very long time.
It's been a while.
It has. My name is Bev Kilmer, and I live at 2849 Appalachia Trail, and I am president of Freedom Speaks Coalition. And I want to say that I have been called a hate monger and homophobe by a lot of the people that are in this room today, and I want you all to know that I could not be any further from the truth than that. And I have a son, and this is going to shock many of you. I have a son and a daughter, a cousin, and many, many friends who are gay, and I love them dearly. Our daughter is married, and I love her wife. And I believe that every person has the right to be who they are and be loved for who they are. And I believe that we should not put judgment on any of them. That's not our job. Ours is to accept people for who they are. However, we've got an issue that comes down to our children. And thanks for holding up all of these signs, even though I know we're not supposed to have signs. I appreciate yours because it is saying protect our LGBTQ youth. I differ from that in that I say we must protect all youth, all children, and that's why I'm here. I believe that if a child is And let me back up just a second, go on a different route than what my notes are here, because listening, I feel compelled, and I hope I don't run out of time changing gears here. But I am very concerned about what's taking place in the schools. And we have some teachers in here. I don't know how many of them will admit to the truth of what is being told in the schools, but our children are being told from pre-K on up, all through what I used to call as grade school. Now it's elementary school. It tells you how old I am. But they have been being told that they are not specifically a boy or girl until they determined who they are. Am I correct? And that, oh yeah. And that is wrong. Children need to understand they are born a boy or girl. It changes in their mind possibly, but they need to have reinforcement from their parents, the community, and if the parents need to interact with a therapist so that the parents as well as the child have a better understanding of who they are, then I don't think that anyone has that right to take it away from them. I think that the parents and the child need that, and they should have that opportunity. Thank you for letting me come and speak with y'all.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Terry Galloway.
Ms. Galloway, good to see you. Name and address for the record, please.
My name is Terry Galloway. I live at 1402 South Meridian Street here in Tallahassee. And before I walked into this room, I actually had a very intense, very interesting conversation with Bev Kilmer about the importance of parents loving their children. And we agreed that if you want to go, if you want to know why, if you and your child want to know why your child is gay, what a blessing it is to be able to take them to therapy. But there's a difference between therapy and conversion therapy, or we wouldn't be here tonight. Now, therapy is open-ended, and its goal is happiness. Conversion therapy goes in with an agenda, and that agenda is to cure what the parents perceive as a sinful behavior in their child. And that goal of conversion therapy is compliance. Okay, now you're going to hear, and you've heard from people, children who have been successfully, they would even say happily converted. And I feel for them. Because you know that thing about when children are taken away from houses, abusive households, and if they are returned, the first person they run to is their abuser. Because children are desperate for love for their parents. They are desperate for their parents to love him. And they will often choose to be cured of being themselves because they know they will not be loved for who they are. And I want to say something. No, I do not agree that parents should have total control of their children's lives. I think anti-vaxxers are nuts. I think vegan parents who kill their babies by feeding them vegan meals, I think they're nuts. They have great intentions, but the consequences of their actions are lethal. Please save our gay children from their parents, from the consequences of their parents' good intentions.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Next speaker, and forgive me if I mispronounce your last name, Isabel Ruano.
Thank you for joining us.
Isabel Ruano, 2631 Yarmouth Lane. I worked in child welfare services for almost 15 years. I left the field partly in disappointment for the state's failure to make structural changes to improve the well-being of families. You now have in your hands the chance to make an ordinance that will protect one of the most vulnerable. And while we're living in this era, this Trump era, to be honest, of there are no facts and everyone believes what suits them well, I'd like to encourage you to rely on the science that has been clearly explained here by many of the people that spoke, the American Pediatric Association, the American Psychological Association. They have all come to the conclusion that the practice of conversion therapy is harmful. My concern is that it's being proposed or is being considered to pass a resolution rather than an ordinance. While a resolution has good intentions, it has no teeth and no power of enforcement. I understand the concerns regarding lawsuits, but I think Darwin explained very well that, I do believe that, I would like to believe that truth will prevail in court. I mean, if somebody sues, let's go to court and let's defend these children. Let's do everything we can to protect these children. Now, there's been other cities, I know of the case of New York City, where they backed off from ordinance to resolution because their concern was that these will end up in the Supreme Court, which now we know how it's tilting. So that was a tactic way of going back. But they still kept the ordinance for minors because their original ordinance was a ban on conversion therapy for everyone, adults and children. They backed off the adult one, but they kept the ban on conversion therapy for children. And that's standing up in court, I believe. So I really want to encourage you to consider the ordinance because we need to protect children. Like I said, I worked in child welfare services, and we cannot allow children, we have to, the state has to intervene when parents are harming their own children. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Please forgive me if I mispronounce your first name. I believe it is Maya Taylor.
Thank you for joining us. Your name and address for the record, please.
Amaya Taylor, 945 Learning Way. You did pronounce it right. First, I would like to also say thank you for allowing us to speak today. I want to touch on a few things that a few other speakers have, mentioned. Conversion therapy's name is quite ironic, given the practices that occur in the sessions. As others have said, electric shock, chemical castration. In some severe cases, lobotomies have occurred. Various other, generally illegal, frowned upon practices that that serve as harmful, and if not under the guise of conversion therapy, would be seen as entirely unethical and ineffective. I want to briefly share the story of a young transgender girl who, unfortunately, we lost to suicide in 2014. Her name was Leila Alcorn. Her death made international news when she passed. She was from Kings Mill, Ohio, and she came out as transgender to her parents when she was 14 years old. And when she was 16, her parents refused to allow her to begin transitioning. So they sent her to conversion therapy. Leila did not share the details of what occurred during conversion therapy, but when she was 17, she ended her life by walking into direct traffic on the interstate. And she used a social media site to publish her suicide note. She delayed the publicizing of the note a few hours after her death so that she could not be stopped. And she cited that loneliness, alienation, and her parents caused her misery. And I want to say also that within a year, Cincinnati, Ohio banned conversion therapy. calling it Leila's Law. And it's really unfortunate that it took her death to make this change, but she also mentioned that she wanted to change everything that was happening because she was not able to live the life that she wanted. Her parents put her dead name on her grave. They continue to address her as her given name and misuse her pronouns. And I just want to say, as a Christian, I am a Christian, I'm also a lesbian, and I'm also non-binary. God loves everybody. And so many other Christians, I understand I'm out of time, so I'm going to hurry up. But as most and pretty much any Christian you'll ever ask, God loves everybody. God accepts everybody. Jesus died for all of us. So if God made us a certain way, why would he want us to change?
Thank you. Thank you very much.
And I'm sorry, I just want to say one more thing.
Okay, if you could please wrap up your comments.
Yes, I'm sorry.
We have a long list of people waiting to speak.
Yes, sir. We may or may not be born a certain way, but even if we're not, it shouldn't matter. We should be able to control who we are. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Jay Galante.
Thanks for joining us. Your name and address for the record, please.
Absolutely. My name is Jay Galante, and I live at 395 Prince Street, zip code 32304. I know there's a long list of speakers, so I'll be short and to the point. The push for the conversion therapy ban ordinance is common sense legislation. There is rather an entire packet full of all of the evidence from not only the scientific community, but countless academic communities that do not condone not only the effectiveness of conversion therapy, but the morality of conversion therapy. It is within Tallahassee's best interest to not condone a practice that is not condoned by the academic community. As I stated before, my name is Jay Galante. I'm the president of Gender Odyssey, which is a recognized student organization at Florida State University, and I speak on our behalf today when I ask the City Commission as well as Mayor John Daly to support the passing of this ordinance with the original intended language. Thank you so much. Have a great night.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Chloe Ilkus.
Thanks for joining us.
Hi, thank you. My name is Chloe Ilkus. My address is 75 North Woodward Avenue, Tallahassee, Florida, 32304. I'm here today to say that I support a ban on conversion therapy in Tallahassee. Studies have overwhelmingly shown that conversion therapy is not only ineffective, but it's harmful to the people who undergo it. These children who are being affected by this, they are being exposed to harmful, untrue ideology at a time in their lives where they most need love and support and affirmation from their family, not this kind of harmful ideology. Conversion therapy implies a choice, when in reality, being queer is not a choice. Conversion therapy uses guilt to try to convince vulnerable people that their identities are wrong and bad, which is, in reality, the opposite is true. And this often leads to anxiety, depression, and substance abuse. As a bisexual woman who has experienced degrees of familial rejection, I know how important it is to have the love and support of your family. And I know you can't force parents to love their queer children, but you can prevent them from harming their children even further. I urge you to stand up for Tallahassee children and to ban conversion therapy. Thank you for your time. Great evening.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Zach Sermons.
How many, Mr. Clerk, where are we in the pile?
I think I've got about 7.
Okay, excellent. Sermons, thanks for sticking around for so long. Appreciate it. Your name and address for the record, please.
Zach Sermons, 623 West 8th Avenue, Tallahassee, 32303. Thank you all for allowing me to be here tonight. Many different people use societal pressure and the pressure from religious standpoints and backgrounds to undergo this type of therapy, and others, particularly our youth, simply just don't have a choice. Within the definition of this therapy, the basis of it is to encourage or discontinue certain actions that attempt to change their sexual attractions to that of a heterosexual state. The affection conversion therapy does the complete opposite of being beneficial and leads to further mental health conditions in the very individuals they aim to treat. The American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychology published a report in February of 2018, and I quote, "There is further evidence that conversion therapies increase risk of causing or exacerbating mental health conditions in the very youth they aim to treat." These range from suicidal thoughts, depression, isolation, anxiety, the thought that you're just not good enough or that you're broken, it can't be fixed, or simply the idea that because one faces these same-sex attractions, but they have done everything within their being to change, they're somehow broken. What's even more shocking is that it's an estimated 16,000 LGBT youths from 15 to 17 years old will receive conversion therapy in states where it's legal next year. Over 57,000 will receive conversion therapy from religious organizations, according to the Williams Institute of UCLA. Inflicting trauma like this therapy on innocent children or teens who don't have a choice in the matter by parents' justification of doing what they think is best for their child is not the approach to take when faced when one of your kids says, "Mom, I think I'm gay. Believe me, I was that child." Children or teenagers who are gay or lesbian or simply questioning their sexuality, they don't need therapy to try and alter something that doesn't need altering. They need to know that they're loved, they need to know that they're supported and they're safe, and they need to know that they're not broken. Sexuality or being gay is a biological trait that simply can't be changed. It's kind of like my double-jointed hands or my blue eyes or your brown hair or like your heterosexuality, Mr. Matlow. Lastly, on a first-hand personal account, there was once someone who underwent conversion therapy and ended up coming out more seemingly wounded and spiritually heartbroken than he was when he first began. During this time, he followed instructions. He prayed. He made deals with God. He did what was asked of him. He curbed his artistic abilities and writing talents because it was considered feminine. He cut off ties with some of his best friends. And he tried with every single ounce of his being to conform to an external identity and adapt internally to something that biologically could never be changed. That person was me. Respected commissioners, I would strongly suggest in favor of the ban on the conversion therapy in Tallahassee. In doing this, this not only protects LGBT youths from exposure to this damaging and reprehensible sham that was once somehow coined the word therapy, but it joins other cities, states, and territories. It helps keep Tallahassee a welcoming city to those here and for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker.
Nathaniel Wilcox.
Mr. Wilcox, thanks for joining us. Your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Nathaniel Wilcox. I live at 3111 Northwest 135th Street in Miami, Florida.
Welcome to Tallahassee.
Yes. Listen, I heard a lot of comments about people who were harmed and damaged and all these type of things, but I'm sure if you just think back, just a little while, a few months back or so, there was a young boy who was being forced by his mother to change his sex. The mother wanted to go full blast and have this boy sex organs cut off in the whole 9 yards. Where is the protection for the young people who don't want those types of things? The little boy didn't want it. The mother said, yes, you got to have it.
Can we please keep the audience participation down? Be respectful to speakers.
The mother said, you got to have it. Until the courts and the father intervened, this forceful act was being pushed off on the kid, the young man. And the other thing I'm concerned about here, you're forgetting about there are other individuals who have all types of sexual addictions. They have addiction to drugs. They have gambling addictions. They have video game addictions. They have eating disorders. They have smoking addictions. Somebody needs to be able to talk to these people. If I wanted to talk to somebody who had a gambling addiction, these people wouldn't even come. If there was an individual who had an alcohol addiction, these people wouldn't come. But we're here today in behalf of all people who have unwanted desires, unwanted sexual desires in their lives. They should be able to say no like that little boy said no. Instead of being pushed around by the laws that you're trying to put on the book that will justify making that boy and making other people conform to their ideologies. It's wrong. And they fix it up. They write it up. They write the laws up. Oh, I was mistreated by these type of therapies. Let's get it right. Let's get it right, people. We've got to love everybody. And I love everybody in here. I love you. I'm a minister. I love everybody. but I've got to be able to tell the truth. There has to be a distinction between right and wrong. And yes, there are costs and there are consequences. There was a time when everybody said, "Let's free love, free sex. You can do what you want to do." But there were costs and consequences when young people everywhere were dying because of AIDS, because they were not paying attention to those little minutia things that they're trying to put off on everybody else. So it's important, commissioners. This is lives and death. These are life and death decisions that you got to make, and you can't just be pushed and just go by what these people are saying. You've got to go by what's right for all people, all young people. Everybody is not going to be a gay person. Everybody's not going to be a transgender, but they must be given the opportunity to be counseled in a way that's going to be right for them. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Our next speaker.
Jennifer, and I'll apologize, Janasiewicz.
Okay, thank you. Our next speaker.
Jordan Scott. Would you please come to the podium, please? Or are you just... Okay.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
John Maurer.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is John Harris Maurer, 201 East Park Avenue, Tallahassee 32301. I'm the Public Policy Director for Equality Florida. It is the state's largest civil rights organization that's dedicated to securing full equality for Florida's LGBTQ community. I won't take up your time and reiterate some of the startling statistics we've already heard about the harms of conversion therapy. Some tremendous advocates have already done a far better and braver job, frankly, of that than I could do. And I would be embarrassed to stand up here as a commenter and mock or shame those who have shared that vulnerability and the harm that they've experienced through that process. The one thing I do want to revisit is the idea that's been pitched about parental rights. We certainly all agree that we want the best for our children. Unfortunately, not every child, and particularly not every LGBTQ child, gets to grow up in a supportive family. Just this week, on Sunday, a man in Haines City, Florida, left his preteen son on the side of the road with no water, no food, no cell phone, and no way to take care of himself because he thought his child was gay. We're not even talking today about what all parents can do. I think some of the comments, we've lost sight of what this ordinance is about. This ordinance is not talking about every interaction between parents and families as much as we wish that those could all be supportive. What is before you is a proposal that's about what licensed professionals in the city of Tallahassee can do. We've heard many times about the positions of every mainstream medical and mental health association and the clear consensus debunking conversion therapy, which is neither conversion nor therapy. It is a harm and it can be deadly. We are simply asking that you will support a full ordinance, not simply a resolution, but an ordinance that ensures more safety for our LGBTQ youth. And as somebody who's privileged to work professionally in the Capitol, I beg you not to wait on our state legislature. In Tallahassee, we know better than anybody that if we want something done, we should probably take it in our own hands. I would be happy to answer any questions about where we are in that process if you have them at the end. But I appreciate your time and your patience and the space that you've dedicated to hearing from some of our really brave advocates tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Mark Bark.
Hello, thank you. My name is Mark Barr. I'm at 3752 Biltmore Avenue. At first, I'd like to lay out a few points regarding conversion therapy. It's fraudulent, it's harmful, and it sends the wrong message. The Southern Poverty Law Center won a multi-million-dollar jury verdict in New Jersey this year that this particular conversion therapist practitioner was guilty of fraud on the business that he could change someone's sexual orientation. I also consider myself a documentarian. I shot 120 hours of a documentary that we never finished, but the subject matter was being gay and Mormon. One of my interviewees helped me understand why he went to such lengths to change and the torture that he went through. Sexual orientation is so deeply ingrained in us that it's not something we ever try to change or mess with under normal circumstances. But what happens is a very vulnerable part of the population are in atmospheres in which either religious officials and or family believe that homosexuality is wrong and that something is changeable. So therefore, these children are told that with God, anything is possible and that they can change and be who their family or religion wants them to be. So these individuals are subjected to torture to become people they can't possibly ever be. The individual in my documentary project was asked to buy gay pornography, which he had never done before in his life. He was told to bring it to the session. At the session, they played the video while electrodes were shocking his genital region, and he was made to drink something to cause nausea and vomiting, all under the guise that this is therapeutic and an acceptable licensed practice. So after numerous sessions of this, if you haven't killed yourself already, when the conversion therapy is completed, it creates a hard line in the sand. It creates this situation that either one, you're cured, or two, you failed God and your family. If you are cured, you go home and pretend this never happened. If two, you failed God and your family, you are likely to be another homeless, queer youth on the street. Of course, most kids are going to say they were cured. It's for survival. So now they go forward pretending every single day that they are what other people want them to be. As a gay person myself, I know it's no way to live your life. People who hide their truth are living a toxic environment where you're made to hate yourself for merely being you. It's at this place where suicide becomes a very real option. Statistics show that 1 in 3 LGBTQ people have experienced some pressure to change their sexual orientation or gender identity, whether through family disapproval or actual conversion therapy. This situation is very real and more prevalent than people assume. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
John Barber.
Please state your name and your address.
John Barber, 3150 Windsong Drive, Tallahassee, Florida. Thank you for allowing me to speak. And I urge you tonight to oppose the ban. We've been told that good intentions of parents end up causing harm to children, but it's much truer to say that the good intentions of government and activists to try to take the place of parents end up doing great harm, much greater harm than any other kind of harm we could think of. LGBT, being a queer, is not a biological trait. If you are not born that way, it's a lie. I say with Charlene Cawthorne, stop the lying. It's not. When we have a little baby boy or a little baby girl, we'll say, hey, look, it's a queer. Look, what did you get? You asked the doctor, what did you get? We got ourselves a queer. No, we didn't get, I got ourselves, no, we don't say that, do we? Because we know there's X and Y chromosomes. We know that. We know what science says. Are you going to be liable for our children who commit suicide if you don't, let me take off my glasses, if they don't receive therapy? Or if you take our parental rights away, are you going to take responsibility if they are drug addicted, depressed, etc.? Just where will your rights to raising our children begin and end? These people will tell you that conversion therapy does not work and will do more harm. What they will not tell you is that nearly 7,000 people have died from puberty blockers alone, not to mention unknown numbers who have died, committed suicide from botched surgeries. This whole thing is a moneymaker. It's coming down from the big, powerful elites from the global. It's just coming from the Agenda 21 and Agenda 2030 from the United Nations. The first gender clinic for children opened in 2007. There are now over 40 clinics for children with presumed gender dysphoria. It's all made up, folks. Across the country, in addition, hospital wings are being built for specialized surgery, and many medical institutions are clamoring to get on board. Why? Because they want the money and they want the power. Biogenics is poised to be the investment of the future, says Martine Rothblatt, who has headed a massive pharmaceutical corporation, is now heavily invested in biogenics and transplants. It's like hitting the lottery, she said gleefully during an interview. There is a group of 10 very wealthy men who has formed a conglomerate funding this and other pro-LGBTQ activities. This stuff is coming from money that's, most of you people here are being used. You're being used. We as an organization will not let up this battle to stop the indoctrination and invasion of our family unit. Commissioners, please do not approve this ordinance. Thank you.
We're almost done, folks. I am asking for respect for the last two speakers. We have done incredible this evening. This is a touchy subject. I understand it. And let's keep the respect on both sides, please. Okay. Our next speaker.
Reverend Joe Paramore.
Good to see you, sir. Reverend, your name and address for the record, please.
Reverend Joe Paramore, 6099 Pat Thomas Parkway. Thank you, Mayor and Commission. You know, I've heard a lot tonight about Jesus. I love Jesus. And let me tell you a couple of things. I am unapologetically a Christian. And I am unapologetically queer. And this Jesus that we keep hearing about, statistics show that there's over 41,000 faith traditions and denominations around the world. So I would say pick a Jesus. And you can find one that fits you. There's several thousand translations of Scripture. You can find one that fits you. But the recipe in all of that should be love. And let me say this, if a parent can't love their child the way that Scripture says they were created, then they shouldn't be a parent. For those that have talked about their journey of faith, let me be clear, I applaud anyone that seeks a journey of faith. But what I cannot applaud is when that journey of faith is encumbered and rooted in fear and in hatred. That journey is fraudulent. With that, I'd like to read to you a letter. After 23 years in conversion therapy and ex-gay ministry, and as the former executive vice president of Exodus International, who I helped to shut it down in 2013, I know that what was being offered by conversion therapists is not a viable, self-determined path LGBTQ children should be affirmed and celebrated, not shamed and condemned. After 23 years in the conversion therapy and ex-gay world, I've tried everything to change my own sexual orientation as a gay man. Nothing worked. I was respected ex-gay leader as well as the executive vice president of Exodus International.
Reverend, I'm going to need you to wrap it up.
Okay, I'm sorry. Sure. And spoke out frequently about the change in the freedom of homosexuality, and then the blinders were ripped off of my eyes when a dear friend committed suicide. This letter signed by Reverend Dr. Thomas, former pastor and executive vice president of Exodus International. And in closing, conversion therapy is not therapy. It's a deadly religious stigma hiding behind big smiles and open arms. Furthermore, it's in the best interest of this governing body to not allow licensed counselors in therapy to inflict this kind of harm on our LGBTQ youth. Thank you.
Reverend, thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Dr. Michelle Thompson.
Dr. Thompson. Thanks for joining us. Name and address for the record, please.
Thank you. Michelle Madsen Thompson, 7188 Oxbow Circle, Tallahassee. I'm a PhD licensed counselor in 2 states. I have been a DCF worker. I gave my first gay rights speech in 1989 after a rash of violence and suicides plagued the Salt Lake City area. Thankfully, Utah has just banned conversion therapy. 12 years I spent working at Primary Children's Medical Center. I'm now at FSU teaching and doing research on resilience and trauma. I've done in-home with high-stress, impoverished families work and counseling on a faith-supported grant in trauma and youth. I do resilience research nationally and internationally as a Fulbright in Hong Kong and China. I'm a member of the board of directors of Academies on Violence and Abuse, which is an international multidisciplinary organization. I've worked with thousands of traumatized youths over the years. The DSM removed homosexuality as a disorder decades ago. Do not let us sit in the past. Do not let people claiming to be licensed counselors bring upon someone something that is not verified as being effective among any of the research. It is not verified as being effective, and it is disregarded across the American Academy of Pediatrics, American Psychological Association, and every major organization that licenses us. I have 6 children. 3 are my own. 3 came to live with us when their parents died. 2 of those children are gay. 1 when they were 2, 1 when they were 12. Mom, do you think I'm gay? We've heard it's not biological. I have an immediate family member who has a 14th chromosome tag, which makes them intersexed, which means they have both. How on earth do we know when a child is young that they should change who they are? My family is perfect, just as they are. My 3 children who aren't related to me, all straight. It's not my parenting. It is who they are. We are all Christian. All of us. All 8 of us go to church every week. All I'm asking, we know that if we just use the appropriate names and pronouns for a trans kid, 75% reduction in their suicidal ideation. Why can we not just give them that? All I'm asking is for safety. I'm asking that when a child comes into my therapy room and knows that I'm a licensed counselor with a PhD behind my name, that they can expect to be treated with dignity. They can expect to be treated with respect. It doesn't matter what you believe about whether being gay, the act of expressing it, is right or wrong. What's wrong is when I do not treat that child with respect. They are too young and too vulnerable to be able to stand up to me.
Doctor, thank you very much. I'm going to need you to wrap up.
You are welcome.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Last card I have, and forgive me if I mispronounce it, Satya Stark-Benar.
Thanks for joining us. And thanks for waiting to the very end and sticking around to testify tonight.
Thank you. I just got off work. I'm very glad I made it here on time. In time, anyway. My name is Satya Stark-Benar. I live at 724 Flag Street, Tallahassee, Florida. Pardon me for being a bit shaky and out of breath.
Take your time.
I do not relish public speaking. What I enjoy even less than public speaking is the threat of vulnerable people being preyed upon. LGBTQ youth are vulnerable in particular ways to bullying, harassment, misrepresentation, and being not believed in ways that are particular to their experience. Banning conversion therapy, which, as has been stated by many before me, is not a legitimate form of therapy, neither safe, nor effective, nor recommended, is a protective measure that can be taken by this commission. Not to give too much voice to people who would put children and young adults through this particular form of torture. No one is out to turn any straight kids gay. We don't want straight kids to be gay. We don't want binary kids to be non-binary. We want queer kids to survive. And we want all kids to thrive. I encourage you to pass this ordinance to ban this torture practice in Tallahassee, and furthermore, to use your position to encourage the state legislature to ban the practice statewide. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
We have no more speakers on this item.
Is there anybody here that has not had the opportunity to speak that would like to have the opportunity to speak on this issue? Please, sir, come on forward. And if you wouldn't mind, just after the fact, you can fill out a card for us. But your name and address for the record.
I already filled out a card. You called me earlier, Matthew DeMarco.
Oh, Matthew DeMarco. Thanks for coming back.
Green button here. So I just wanted to point out, I mean, we've heard all of the different views and every side. There exists no gap in the literature regarding the unethical use of conversion or reparative therapy. Specific details have been demonstrated showing ethical violations committed when offering conversion therapy. In the last 4 decades, conversion or reparative therapists have not produced any rigorous scientific research to substantiate their claims of a cure. 0 scientific research, 4 decades. Proponents of conversion therapy strategies resemble those used by proponents of intelligent design. Present an issue to the public as if it were a debate in the mental health professions. Finance and promote ideological experts in think tanks. Personal testimony. Discredit science, motives, and methods of mainstream mental health organizations. Attack individuals whose work undermines their agenda. And confuse the public with pseudoscience and selective scientific citations. The goal of this strategy is not to persuade the mental health mainstream. The goal is to persuade the public and policymakers on the issues of LGBT rights. This sounding familiar? I won't take another minute of your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else here that has not had an opportunity to speak that would like to have an opportunity to speak on this issue? Seeing none, we'll move into, yes. No, if you want to speak, please come to the microphone because we're recording this.
Okay, well, I just wanted to say,
Your name and address.
Carla Weaver, 671 Chicopee Court, Tallahassee. Ryan Terrell was here earlier and he wanted to speak, and he heard the other people and it just broke him down, and so he's actually walking down the street right now. It's very sad and despondent, but he's actually running for the House of Representatives here in Florida, for District 7, so he's a great guy. But he wanted to, show his support for the band, but he couldn't do it. So.
Okay. Will you please fill out a card for us as well, for the record? Thank you. Anyone else? All right, we'll move into commission discussion. Very rarely do I actually do this, but I'm going to pass the gavel to the Mayor Pro Tem so I can participate in the debate.
You're recognized, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. I'm going to cut to the chase because it's 8:21. We've had a lot of conversation. I'm already on the record that I am in strong favor of the proposed ordinance with the additional language that needs to be put back in. This is a human rights issue. To me, this is something that I truly believe in, and I really don't have that much more to say. I want to go ahead and make the motion for the, let me get it straight here, for the proposed ordinance to come back for a public hearing in 2020 at the first available opportunity. But I do want to amend in the language with the terms and definitions as they were addressed. I want to amend in the language dealing with vulnerable persons, and I do want the whereas clause removed that was addressed. And to make sure that I get it correctly, I would like to ask John Harris Maurer, who is Director of Public Policy for Equality Florida, to work directly with the city attorney to make sure that we have the right language in place in the proposed ordinance for consideration. That is my motion on the table.
Second.
Okay, it's been properly moved and second. Any other further discussion?
Just a few comments.
Commissioner Matlow.
Well, first off, thank you for everybody coming out and speaking tonight on conversion therapy, which we know isn't really conversion and isn't really therapy, but nevertheless, people tried to practice it, and I think it's deserving of a ban. I'm sorry that you had to spend your whole evening to speak on this, and I'm sorry to hear all the stories that so many people have been through, but I'm thankful that you're here. I'm thankful for the children that follow you, that you're standing up for their protection, and that's a powerful thing to take out of your time to help the next person down the line to avoid something like this. I wanted to just read one paragraph from the ordinance because we heard a lot about love tonight, but love is unconditional. And the American Academy of Pediatrics in 1993, I was 8 years old, Bill Clinton was president, Amazon wasn't a company. They published an article in the journal saying, the therapy directed at specifically changing sexual orientation is contraindicated since it can provoke guilt and anxiety while having little or no potential for achieving change in orientation. So to Freedom Speaks, I know we don't agree on the schooling issue. I know we don't agree on other issues, but I think we can agree on love. And the science has shown that this doesn't work and it's abusive. So no matter what our feelings are about what should be in our schools, I think we can stand together and say, at least on conversion therapy, that this doesn't work, that this is an abuse. And I'd like for you to join us in the spirit of love. Let's put our differences aside and just say children shouldn't be abused, and join us in supporting this initiative. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Matlow. Any other comment? Commissioner Bryant?
Just quickly, I'm glad you said that, Commissioner Matlow, because all of us can agree on the concept of love. I stated my support of this the first time around, and I'm still supporting it. So thank you.
Commissioner Richardson?
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. First of all, I want to thank Lakey and the others that came by the other day and gave me a very thorough briefing on this whole issue. As a former psychologist, and I haven't practiced in probably 30 years now, so it's been a while. This wasn't an issue when I first came into school psychology in Gadsden County. It wasn't an issue for us then, but I mean, just hearing the horror stories and how this type of conversion therapy, which, as has been mentioned, is not conversion nor therapy, but certainly has the potential, in most cases, if not all cases, to cause great harm, social, emotional, psychological, even to the point of, we've heard, suicide and death, of course. I think it's incumbent upon us to protect the young people in our community. to the degree that we can in this respect. And so for that reason, I'm glad that you all have brought the ordinance before us. And I would like to see the final version. I'm not sure that that I agree with because I'm concerned about how far it takes us if, when we consider funding an organization, how much we have to get into investigating that organization. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, I see you nodding your head. It's as a city, how far do we go if we're providing funding to an organization, say, at our CHSP? And we can talk about it later. We don't have to discuss it tonight. But maybe that's an issue if you all could come by and we could discuss that a little further before it comes back for final adoption. But that would be the only issue I would have at this point. But otherwise, I'm comfortable with adopting the ordinance.
Any further comment? I'll go ahead and weigh in. Lakey, you know I love you. Robin, you know I love you. Darwin, all of you, and it is about love. It is about love. I will say, though, I am in support, but I do know that, having conversation with our city attorney, we do have something lingering out there that we're going to have to deal with after we get the results of the court, or the appeal that has been filed, which is in the 11th Circuit Court of Appeals, which is controlling of our jurisdiction. So if for some reason it doesn't quite work out, we will still may have to revisit the ordinance. So that to me is an issue that won't put this completely to rest, but for tonight, if it's going to make us all feel good tonight and sleep well, knowing that we are doing all that we can to protect children. I never want to be a part of abusing children for any reason. So I will add my support to it to make this a 5-0 decision so that we can move forward, and ask that our city attorney, and her working with the gentleman from Equality Florida, keep us in the loop of what's happening, and also keep us informed of what's happening with this case, so that we then know where we are and what we need to do. And as Darwin said so eloquently, he's not an attorney, but he's married to one. if you can tell, he said you might be sued, but you might not. So you never know until you get sued. So anyway, we'll deal with it at that time. So the motion is on the table. We have a second. We'll call for the vote. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Thank you very much. Passing the gavel back to the mayor.
Excellent. All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you don't mind, we are going to skip. I know that colleagues, if you don't mind, we are going to actually skip to 13.09 because I know there are people here to testify on that one. We're going to take care of that. Then we will go back to 13.08, if that's okay. So we are on 13.09. Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. As Mr. Wiggin comes forward, I'll cue this item. The city issued an RFP for disaster recovery financial services because we're in need of professional assistance related to storm cost recovery processes established at the federal level as well as the state level. The contractor that we had in place, that contract expires, and we put it out to bid, if you will, for an RFP. I would like Robert to kind of walk us through, just to set this up. It was a relatively straightforward process, and our recommendation is to award the contract to the highest ranked proposer. So, Robert, if you'll just kind of set this up for us, please.
Thank you, City Manager. The RFP process resulted with the release of the RFP in late September, early October. We had 104 views of the RFP, 36 downloads, and 7 responses to the request for bids. They were received and opened on October 11th. The evaluation team scored the responsive proposals October 21st, and then invited the 4 top scoring firms to make presentations and answer questions on October 30th. After individually rescoring, notification of the intent to award was then issued, which included a 72-hour period during which firms could submit a bid protest. No firms protested in either of the periods that we provided. The evaluation committee consisted of senior staff members from multiple departments, Max Stout from Resource Management, Rita Taylor from Solid Waste, Wanda Whitehead from Grants Management, Sarah Thomas from Emergency Management, and Patrick Dooley from the Electric Utility, all staff members who have had direct impacts from the storms, direct cost recovery responsibilities, and great knowledge about the process that we go through with FEMA and FDEP. Staff ranked the 4 firms presenting in the following order: ICF Incorporated, DCMC LLC, Ernst & Young LLP, and the Integrity Group. We're recommending approval for the city manager or designee to negotiate and execute a contract with the top-ranked firm, ICF Incorporated, and also approve a 3-month contract extension with the current firm to facilitate a transition to the new vendor. I'm here for any questions.
Thank you. Mr. Clark, do we have any public comment on this issue?
I have one speaker card, Tim Moore.
Mr. Moore, good to see you, sir. Your name and address for the record, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, by the
Moore.
way, for staying around for so long. I'm sorry it's 8:30 at night.
Hey, that's government. Tim Moore, 5390 Pembridge Place, senior partner with the Integrity Group, and one of my other 2 partners is with us here today, this evening as well, Gary Yates. As Robert said, we were one of the firms that did submit a proposal for your FEMA work, your PA work. We're located here in Tallahassee, a Florida company, where our headquarters is 2120 Killarney Way, and we have employees around the state as well. So we're a Florida-based company, but headquarters here. We sent each of you a letter back on, I think it was November the 14th, in explaining some things that seemed out of line to us. Now, we didn't file a protest because that's $10,000 to put on the line, and for a small company, that's a lot of money. And we are a small company. We've been blessed with a lot of business, but so we just said, look, we're going to make you aware of some things that didn't stand right with us. How many of you received that letter? How many read it? Okay. I didn't get the first acknowledgement from anybody. Not a thank you, not a we'll get back with you, not you're crazy. Nothing. Just deafening silence. I was disappointed in that, frankly. I got to say that. I don't say that in a mean spirit. I just say it from my heart.
Mr. Moore, if I can interrupt you, and I won't take from your time on this. The reason why is that when we have open procurements, we are in what's called a cone of silence. And until we get to this meeting in a public forum, we are not supposed to have any communication with anybody that participated in the process.
I understand
so it was not made in any disrespect whatsoever, but we are all just adhering to the cone of silence as recommended by the manager and the attorney.
I understand that. We looked into the ordinance about the ability for us to communicate with you.
Right.
And that was okay. That was green-lighted by our attorneys.
Yes, sir.
So, simply put, our letter expressed, as you saw, some concerns with the process itself. Let me just mention a couple of things here. Instructions on the pricing were very confusing. In fact, they lacked any guidance at all. I just ask you if there's a storm and you got to do something about it, give us your price. Well, it didn't say if it was a thunderstorm, if it was a Cat 1, a Cat 5. It didn't say any of that. A storm. What that did, and I think it was an unintended consequence, I suspect it probably drove people to lowball their prices. We chose not to do that. We tried to say, okay, here's the average of all the storms together, and here's our price. And we still come in strong on the price. But that wasn't the most complicated or confusing things to us, frankly. After the initial presentation that Robert talked about, we were rated at 0.25% behind the number one candidate at that time. And then we went into the group review, and we actually attended the group review, which was public, that we could go to. Here are the things that we got criticized for in the group review. One was for talking about our years of experience in government and understanding how FEMA worked. mean, you can listen to the tape. That's exactly what it was. We brought our entire team there, leadership team. After that, this went, I thought that went reasonably well. You know, I left there feeling good about that. And then there was a group get-together of the people that came, all the evaluators. And in that group review, we were the only vendor that didn't make any ground. But what we spent most of the time being criticized for were these things. One young lady criticized us for the lack of minority representation. She had never asked anything about our minority representation, and we didn't have a chance to explain that, hey, look, our subcontractor is a wholly owned woman company. We have minority vendors across Florida, employees that we use. We were criticized for not looking the evaluator in the eyes when we were talking. Now, I didn't see that in the bid specs. I'm sorry, and I'm not trying to be cute, but we were criticized for that, and it's on the tape. Please, go listen. We were criticized for explaining our number of years in government and what we did. We were trying to convey the message that, look, we know what we're doing. We know what we're doing. There's a reason some 14, 15 counties and school boards from Bay County to Wakulla County contracted with us to do their job. Not just on the FEMA piece, but on the CDBG piece, where the real money lies. There's a reason for that.
Ask you to
Okay, let me wrap
summarize
this
your
up.
points, please, sir. Let's wrap up.
Mr. Mayor, I'm not trying to throw a wrench in this at all. But my ask of you, have you seen the results of the background reviews that I'm sure your staff did on all the providers? Have you seen that?
No.
Pardon?
No.
Yeah.
You have?
No.
No.
No, sir.
Well, let me suggest to you strongly, as a citizen of this city and a taxpayer, and someone who is equally as proud of the progress we've made on ethics and integrity in this town, that you request, you just hold this. You got time to hold it for a little bit. You're going to contract with Mr. Wheeler to extend an overlap. Request of your staff to give you a background on those vendors. By background, I mean just something as simple as checking public records. Just look to see if they've ever been banned from anybody. And start with us. Just basic, rudimentary, good government. That's what I would do if I was funding it. Does that make sense to you? FEMA is a strange business. PA work is a strange business. There's a lot of things that can go wrong, and I urge you, and I trust that you will.
Mr. Moore, I need you to wrap
take
up.
that advice.
Thank you. Appreciate
Thank you.
it.
Move acceptance of option 1.
Second.
Probably, but, well, first of all, we need to see if we have any other public comment, and I'll come back to you for a motion. Do we have any other comment?
No, we do not.
You want to restate your motion, Madam Pro Tem?
Move acceptance of option 1.
It's been probably moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Matlow. Discussion. Was there a formal bid protest?
No, there was not.
You want to address any of the issues that were addressed at the podium?
Generally, just my review of the letter just indicated disagreement with the criteria set for the review of the procurement, and of course, disagreement substantially with the evaluation, which oftentimes, those who do not prevail do have those types of disagreements.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Mayor, I'll add, of course, I read the letter and reviewed the scoring. As Robert indicated, we did have a committee that scored it, and that's how these processes work, and we always work to honor the work of the committee. They tend to be the closest to that work. There was some concern about the cost scoring, and that can sometimes, in non-homogeneous things, be different. In this case, the recommended vendor's score for cost was actually lower than the integrity group, so I didn't see any discrepancy there. In addition, the integrity group did receive full credit for the MBE piece, so I thought that was important because that was brought up. So it did not translate to any impact or negative impact on scoring. In those two particular areas, I noted that.
Mr. Moore suggested that did we check on all the, I'm assuming we checked on all the companies to make sure there have not been any legal problems in other jurisdictions? Have there been any legal problems in other jurisdictions, Robert?
I'm not aware of any.
Okay.
And Mr. Mayor,
Sure.
my question would be that we have a process that we follow. And the process was followed, right, Robert? Okay, so what's the issue? I mean, if this is the process that we follow
Sure.
for everything, what's the issue?
Sure. Commissioner Bryant, then I'll come back. Commissioner Matlow.
I would like to know, as a part of the process, do we actually investigate the background piece now, or is it later, or is that even a part of it?
Mr. Manager, do we, as part of the process, do a background piece to make sure everything is get it up front, or is that after the vote is taken and we're in contract negotiations to make sure that there's no legal issues that are going to come back to bite us?
I know that there is a prohibited vendor list, and procurement does check that list to make sure that those who are selected aren't on that list.
Who maintains that list?
That's procurement.
I mean, is that a state of Florida
It's
list?
the state of Florida list. It is the state of Florida list.
Mr. Mayor?
They have to.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, the idea of the background, I think I would have to answer it. I appreciate the city attorney weighing in on the prohibited list. The evaluation clearly is based on the proposals, the interviews, all of the research of the evaluators. It's not tantamount to like an employment background or things like that. So I wouldn't want to suggest that that would occur. It's the evaluation of the proposers.
Okay. Robert, you were commenting?
Yeah, I should add that we did make the 5 reference checks that we were asked for most recent 2 years of work that they had done either in Florida or in a related government agency. We received 2 or 3 responses for each company, and most were positive references. There would not have been a criminal background check necessarily on any of the staff members.
We're in commission discussion right now. Just a second. Comment, Commissioner.
Commissioner Bryant,
Hold on, Commissioner Bryant. It's still your floor. I'm sorry.
No, I was trying. I think I understand. We do not do really a check on, or we do a check on the company, and you receive back information regarding all of the companies, and they were positive. Is that what we're saying?
Yes, we asked for references from the companies, 5 each, and we called those companies, talked to their references, received callbacks from 2 or 3 from each company, and did not have any negative reactions for any of the companies.
Commissioner Matlow.
Thank you. And I'm supporting the motion just because, this commission should be the path of last resort. There's a process. You go through the RFP process. If you have a problem with that, do a bid protest. It can get double checked by the city attorney's office. If you still have a problem, you can always come before your elected officials. But we don't need to get into the habit of overriding competitive procurements on the fly when all the checks and balances haven't been met up until this point. I understand that you have issues with some comments that were made during the procurement process. I urge you to come in and meet with the city manager's office and discuss those. And if you want to make recommendations for improvement and for the future, I think that's appropriate. But I don't think coming to this meeting to change a decision that wasn't protested will be appropriate at this time. Thank you.
Madam Mayor Pro Tem.
And I don't want there to be a cloud put over vendors about whether we personally check their backgrounds or what have you. If you're trying to say something, say it. If you know something, say it. If not, do not make innuendos or make allegations that are unfounded, because I will begin to think some kind of way about the person who's doing it, because if you had proof or you had some type of evidence of something, you would bring it forward. I have full faith in our procurement staff and our MBE office that they have done their due diligence and followed this process and procedure as we have done with other procurements. If we start making exceptions here, then we're going to have to ripple back and do all the others. Having worked in state purchasing many years ago myself, I understand the process. And we need to stick with the process because in a court of law, that's what's going to be our saving grace in the advisement of our attorney.
Commissioner Richardson, did you have comment?
I'm good, Mayor. Thank you.
Sir, you're with the Integrity Group? I'm very hesitant at this point.
There's a couple of points that Mr. Goode made that I just need to elaborate on.
I will ask you under my time if you have a few comments to make.
I'll be very brief, Mayor.
Sure.
My name's Gary
And your
Yates.
name, please. And
Gary
address.
Yates, 6,000 Boynton Homestead. You're correct, Mr. Goode. They were scored lower on price. The problem is the pricing was dysfunctional. The pricing was not on the hourly rate, which is how you're going to be billed. It was on this nebulous what if. Leon County just today released some information using the same format you did. The pricing was from $27,000 to $1.1 million. So that's how you get this thing lowballed. So the pricing was very dysfunctional. The other thing that I just want to caution you, I know that we will never win this for the city of Tallahassee, but I'm a taxpayer. FEMA will have a problem with this procurement for two reasons: the pricing process, and also I think the intended winner violated FEMA rules by going and accessing data, and they were very impressed. The evaluation committee was very impressed, and it's on the record, that they came and did a lot of research on the current projects underway with the city of Tallahassee. That is a violation of FEMA policies. That will result in the obligation of any money that's appropriated or you pay this vendor, because that's a violation of FEMA policy. We brought that to your attention on November 14th. As the commissioner indicated, we don't want to protest this thing. We were looking for leadership to look at this thing and consider throwing it out and redoing it the right way. And unfortunately, that didn't happen. It sounds to me, frankly, like the old Tallahassee, not the one who just passed the new ethics ordinance tonight. So that's my word of caution is the pricing is so dysfunctional. There's some violations of FEMA policy. Taxpayers in Tallahassee are going to be jeopardized here by, if the FEMA IG looks at this, there'll be some problems with the procurement.
Madam Attorney?
Thank you.
Comment?
What I know is that we followed the process that we have established, and we didn't have an official protest of that. So based on that, my recommendation would be to proceed.
Mr. Manager?
Yes, sir, I agree. I think the process was followed. We did review it. Obviously, I've indicated that I looked at a couple points in that to see if those points, that there was any scoring that was skewed. I didn't find that to be the case. Again, we fall back to trusting the committee, and so we've put this item forward for your recommendation for your approval.
Any further comment? Madam Pro Tem.
Mr. Mayor, I'm offended. I do not like what was just said about the old Tallahassee and what we just did as an ethical, passing ethics tonight. What would be unethical is to change our direction because of two people who came to us tonight and did not follow the process of protest. That would be unethical. So I take exception to that statement, and I don't appreciate it.
Any further comment? Motion for staff recommendation has been properly moved by the Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Commissioner Matlow. Seeing no further comment, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, passes unanimously, 5-0. Our next item before us is item 13.08.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. This item recommends the issuance of an invitation for bid for the sale of a parcel of approximately 1.68 acres that we acquired through the Northwood purchase. This is an oddly shaped parcel that sits, it touches Martin Luther King Boulevard as well as Tharp and wraps around the post office in that area. We don't perceive any use of it, but we have had numerous inquiries about the potential purchase of it. There was an appraisal done recently for a little more than, it estimates the value of the property to be a little more than $500,000, I believe $525,000. And we're recommending that you authorize staff to put it out for bid to see what it looks like for sale. Of course, it would be subject to your final approval if we proceed.
Mr. Clerk, any public comment on this?
No, sir.
Great.
Move staff recommendation, Mr. Mayor.
Second.
It's been probably moved by Commissioner Richardson, seconded by Commissioner Bryant. Seeing no further comment, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, passes unanimously. 13.10.
Madam Attorney.
Madam Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. Item number 13.10 is the approval of resolutions number 19-R-42, 19-R-43, and 19-R-44 for an eminent domain action for construction of Phase 1 and 4 of the Magnolia Drive Trail project. Specifically, I am seeking authorization for an eminent domain action to acquire 3 permanent electrical easements for use as electrical cabinets as a part of the undergrounding of the electric utilities along the Magnolia Drive Trail. Additionally, approval of supplemental accounts receivable appropriation for Blueprint's portion of the electric utilities undergrounding cost is requested. As you know, the city has a policy of payment of 25%, and then we need to establish an accounts receivable to receive the 75% that will be paid by Blueprint.
Excellent. Any public comment on this item?
No, sir.
Commissioner Richardson.
Mr. Mayor,
all
thank you. Just very quickly, an issue I talked with the attorney about is the segment of the Magnolia Trail from South Meridian to Pontiac Drive, which has already been completed. The sidewalk has been completed, but in an IA meeting, I expressed dissatisfaction with the fact that we are going to be providing the bells and whistles from Pontiac North to Appalachia Parkway because we had lots of citizen engagement and input, and there's going to be lighting and streetscaping and landscaping, and what we've got from Pontiac east to South Meridian is a slab of concrete. And so what I suggested during that meeting, that whatever we put in place from Pontiac North, that we have the same look for Pontiac South. And so I just wanted to make sure that this undergrounding of utilities accomplished that, and the attorney assures me that it does.
Yes,
so I
it
just
does.
wanted to go on record tonight stating that.
Yes, it covers from South Monroe to Pontiac Drive.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Excellent. Madam Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The question that I asked of our city attorney was, why were we using eminent domain? And I just wanted to be said publicly, so if we get questioned as to why we're using eminent domain to do this.
As I explained to Mayor Pro Tem Cox, what we have in this situation is we needed 16 permanent easements. 13 were acquired through private negotiations, and so we have 13. 3, we were simply unable to make contact with the property owner. So the purpose of the eminent domain is to accomplish that contact.
Thank you.
Would anybody care to make a motion?
Oh, I would move staff recommendation.
Properly moved by Commissioner Richardson, seconded by Commissioner Bryant. Seeing no further comment, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, passes unanimously 5-0. Do we have any other business to come before us under policy formation?
No, sir. That concludes policy.
Wow, here we go. Okay, let's bring this in for a landing. We're on unagended business speakers. Do we have anybody from the public that is here to speak on an unagended item?
I do have one card, Mayor. April Fitzpatrick.
Please come and join us. Your name and address for the record, please. You want to bring that down to the clerk and he can pass it out for us?
Ask you to take one and pass it down. And I did submit to the treasurer clerk the electronic version.
Excellent.
My name is Donna Cotterell. I live at 703 Osceola Street. This unagenda item is for a performance of a play that I wrote called Marigold Days. And it will be performed at Nefertari's on Saturday, January 18th, which is part of MLK weekend. I just wanted to share a little bit of what the play is about and the purpose behind it. Marigold Days, a theatrical, professional community, and I want to say thank you, because I know it's very late, and I do appreciate your time. Marigold Days, a theatrical, professional, community-based performance, is created for a diverse audience that enriches lives. It is accessible to all members of the Tallahassee Big Bend region, its neighbors, and the wider community. The chosen venue is in downtown Tallahassee to give access to individuals who ordinarily do not have the ability to attend professional theatrical performances in their neighborhood. It will foster and nurture an atmosphere of healing that encourages the rebirth of positive, sustainable, collective community change. The performance has the ability to evoke feelings of compassion, understanding, and empathy, which leaves the audience with an empowered sense of something truly greater than themselves. It will also facilitate a meaningful discussion on why diversity and inclusion are an integral part in a prosperous, vibrant, and thriving community. The project will broaden public access to an understanding of the arts as a means to create dialogue that leads to real, immediate, and lasting change. This is a new and innovative approach to discussing and creating solutions to race relations, which has been a topic in this country. The performance will engage the audience through an art form that encompasses music, song, dance, visual arts, and crafts. A display of quilts will play an integral role in shedding light on violent crimes in the community and the impact of deadly force as well as horizontal violence. We believe this will be a means to breaking down racial barriers through the public engagement of the arts. We will solicit invitations from other cities to host or engage in creating their own quilting project based on the theme of Marigold Days, fostering better race relations within their own communities. We will be specific in not sowing seeds of division. Through this theatrical project, we will uncover new and real ways to heal the rift within our community. The quilts will have an impact on community members in speaking to lives affected by dysfunctional communal conflict, thereby providing avenues of dialogue, healing, and unification. We will work with students and educators on these quilts to foster an environment of lifelong learning through the arts that strengthen the community through civic engagement. As a licensed educator, the executive director of Indaba Theater, yours truly, has used quilting as a means to teach math skills like geometry and measurement to underserved middle school students. We are hiring a diverse group of professional actors and technical people to produce a performance of highest quality.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm asking for your support and consideration in being a partner with us on this project.
Thank you. Appreciate you sticking around.
My pleasure.
Is our other speaker here? Is there anyone else here that would like to speak on unagended items? All right, let's wrap it up for the good of the order. I'll start with the appointments. Anything you want to bring to the table? Great meeting.
Holidays.
Great. Anything?
You know I do, Mr. Mayor. I know we've got to go, but I've got something I've got to say.
Absolutely.
So this Saturday, we're going to have the biggest birthday party for Mayor Daley, otherwise known as Winter Festival. And we're going to promptly light the candles.
There you go.
Otherwise known as holiday lights at 6 p.m. So we look forward to seeing you there, sir, and happy birthday for this weekend.
Absolutely. Thank you. From the clerk's office.
One item going back to the pension ordinance. We actually talked to our pension advisory committee before we proposed the ordinance, and it is their duty to disseminate back to the employees. So there was at least that. I'll just point that out.
Madam Mayor Pro Tem.
Happy holidays, happy birthday.
Thank you.
See you at the Winter Festival. This weekend is going to be a pretty big weekend. Tomorrow at Bragg Memorial Stadium, I guess it's called.
You'll be able to
I'll be
cover
there.
it.
Yeah,
Excellent.
be there.
Wonderful. Thank you.
The football team will be being recognized, and then on Friday night at the Frenchtown Rising, we'll be presenting a proclamation from the mayor to the football team.
Thank you.
And then on Saturday, the Marching 100 is going to be our grand marshal. So we're just going to paint the town orange and green this weekend. Orange and green, not orange and blue. Orange and green. Orange and green this weekend. So I also want to thank everyone in the public who is providing us with money for school supplies by paying your parking fines. We thank you very much, and I look forward to finding out exactly how much that is going to be, and that we'll be able to present that to the Leon County Schools Foundation, I guess maybe at our next commission meeting in January. World AIDS Day was think it was yesterday, or today, want to mention that. And also want to give our condolences again to the family of Ms. Eva Mannings, who was eulogized last week. Thank you to the mayor for your proclamation, and thank you to the manager for your resolution. We actually, we lost a real good one.
We did.
We lost a real good one. So 95 years of age. Thank you.
Sure. Commissioner Richardson.
I don't have anything, Mayor.
Okay, Commissioner Bryant.
I just want to follow up on one thing for a future meeting. The CHSP process, I think at the last meeting, I asked that we make sure that during this process that we have, I don't want to call it clear transparency, but I want to make sure that we follow up, that goals that have been set have been met, that we get the report back. And the last thing is that I spent some time at the CHSP presentation from the company that we hired, and I'm concerned, but I'll talk with you about it later.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Commissioner Matlow.
Hey, colleagues, I know it's late, but there's one thing on my mind that I just want to address before the end of the year. I struggle to hold back what I'm thinking at times, but I think if I don't address this now, I might not really get the chance to do it in the future. And I think it's something our whole community has been pretty concerned with. Mayor, I know Charlie's actually been pretty vocal about this on social media, so I really just want to ask you directly, do you know who FSU is going to hire for its next head coach?
No. What was it? No question. None. No answer.
Wow.
Wow.
Okay. Well, now that the police chief has been named, that's the next big question.
There you go.
And lastly, is there a Frenchtown Rising last event?
Pretty good, Jeremy.
This Friday?
Uh-huh.
Okay, I just want to give a shout out to that. Last chance to attend. Should be a good show. I'll be out there.
Good deal. Colleagues, I have three things. First of all, just in general, it's been a great year. Thank you very much. We have had a very busy year, and we have already accomplished so much and put the city on the right path. And I look forward to another 3 great years. First and foremost, let me make sure that I get this straight. Colleagues, I know that the IRC, the International Rescue Committee, has been in contact with your offices in reference to President Trump's executive order 13888 regarding refugee resettlement. I want you to know that in response, I have sent a letter and proclamation to Secretary of State Michael Pompeo, Mayor of Tallahassee, as well as the local IRC chapter, affirming that the City of Tallahassee will continue to take part in the U.S. Refugee Admissions Program. Copies of this letter have been placed in your mailboxes. If you have any questions, just let me know. Number 2, Allison Ferris, please stand up, our Public Information Officer in the back. I want to recognize you and your team. Allison is a member of the Florida Municipal Communicators Association. This is basically the Association of Public Information Officers. They hosted their first annual Outstanding Awards of the year, and they presented the awards throughout the state of Florida in early November. I want you to know that the first year there were 5 awards that were given. Allison and her team statewide won 3 of them.
Awesome.
And this is not awards that are given out by the association. These are peer-reviewed awards. So it's Allison's peers from across the state of Florida that sat down. You won the Municipal Marketing Campaign Outstanding Award for the Meet Me at the Market Southside Farmers Market campaign that we did. Engagement on Social Media Outstanding Award. It was a social media lifeline during Hurricane Michael. And then the Graphic Design Outstanding Award for the Tallahassee Proud Design and Promotion. I could not be more proud of you and your team. Thank you. Good job. Finally, I want to recognize 2 amazing individuals, Nay Bojang and Corey Smith. Please stand up. Nay and Corey have been working in my office for the past year. And Nay graduated from FAMU. Corey is, we hope you're right? No, I'm kidding. No, Corey will be graduating in a week from Florida State University, and their internship has come to a close.
Oh, no.
And want to thank you very much for a great, wonderful year. You two are absolutely amazing. We love you dearly. Thank you for all that you've done for the City of Tallahassee. With that, I hope everybody has a... Yes, sir.
Mayor, in that same vein, my aide had to, intern rather, had to leave. Right. Well, both my aide and intern had to leave to go... but I want to thank Erica Johnson, who has served as our intern for the past year as well. Erica has done a phenomenal job. She's a bright young lady, will be graduating from Florida A&M University this fall. And she said she's going to take a month break, but she's already got some job opportunities lined up and eventually intends to go back to graduate school. So I think Erica has a bright future ahead of her, and we've certainly benefited from her service in my office and for the city.
We've had a great team up there. But Corey,
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you all very much. Really appreciate it. With that, everybody have happy and safe holidays. We are adjourned.